Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 kiloseconds. 91, Big Stone Elephant, kneeling for a monthly pass. Advertisement. Boom. The earth roared, and the soil constructed of soil suddenly collapsed into a big pit, which was bottomless. Bang. A huge stone palm suddenly stretched out from the big pit and slammed it on the edge of the pit. That palm is very thick, a single finger is the size of a grinding disc, and it is covered with various twisted lines. Bang. Another huge stone palm stretched out and slammed it on the edge of the deep pit with 1,000 strength, smashing a large number of stones. But it didn't end there. Because in the next second, a terrifying black shadow jumped out of the deep pit, rose into the sky with strong wind pressure, and fell to the ground from the air. Boom. The earth trembled, rocks and earth flew, and countless dust rippling, reflecting the huge figure in the dust was even more terrifying. It's a big stone statue. Enough to match the huge stone man of 9 tails. It is also Tensagen's mysterious ability, a tyrannical monster with immortality. Roar. The roar shook the sky, stirring the air and rolling, like a gust of wind, and the raging surrounding trees swayed, announcing its arrival. Shut up. Bang. The big stone statue flew upside down, rolled for more than 10 laps in a row, and finally stopped. Then, this tyrannical big stone statue just now, like a little daughter-in-law who was angry, ran over honestly. The majestic stone statue, which shook the earth when it was running, finally stood in front of Hazuki respectfully, not even daring to move, and was as obedient as a rabbit. Is this the ability I have acquired? It seems that my evolutionary direction is Tensagen, but my eyes have clearly not become Tensagen. Could it be that Tensagen's ability was awakened immediately? After I take the purification potion, will I continue to awaken? Hazuki looked at the terrifying stone man standing still, and fell into contemplation when he saw that it was a huge size comparable to 9 tails. Maybe my awakening method is different from Otsutsuki Shirin, or maybe my awakening method is more perfect. Hazuki pondered, frowning at the appearance of the large stone statue, because if he looked closely, the large stone statue looked a bit like him. This is a little different from what he imagined. The large stone statue in the original book is more like the ancestor of the Hyuga family, Yumura, the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths. When Otsutsuki awakened, he relied on other people's eyes, while Hazuki relied on his own bloodline for ascension. There is an essential difference between the two. Advertisement. In this way, Otsutsuki Shirin is more like borrowing power, and I rely on myself, then we can explain why our big stone statues are different in appearance. Hazuki murmured, although he could not be 100% sure, but the strong power in his blood told him that his path was not wrong. Don't think about it for now. Try the strength of this big stone statue. I always feel that it is not the same as in the original book. Come here. Roar. The big stone statue roared wildly and hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Interesting. Hazuki jumped lightly on the shoulder of the big stone statue, looked carefully, and then looked northwest. There are some bandits over there. Look at your performance. Hazuki gestured and took out a patterned mask and put it on his face. Roar. The big stone statue roared wildly again, rushing towards the northwest with its heavy feet. Northwest orientation. A caravan is on the road. The leader was a girl who looked very weak, with a large number of guards guarding her, and there was even a ninja with short ears and short hair. Sister Wa, the value of the goods we transported this time is very high. We must be careful, but we must not make any mistakes. Nanako, the leader of the caravan, said. Don't worry, Nanako. We've delivered so many times, it's absolutely fine, and besides, I'm a ninja. Sister Wa put on her short hair with key ears, and assured her vigorously. By the way, isn't the Hazuki Hotel in Konoha a gourmet restaurant? Why does it collect ninjutsu and special materials? Sister Wa asked again. I don't know either. Nanako shook her head and continued. My father has been supplying them for several years, and it has always been food materials, but before I received a letter saying that they would collect special materials and ninjutsu scrolls, and they were in a hurry. Nanako couldn't figure it out, because many of those special materials were related to blood, and she didn't know why she collected these materials. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. we can just complete the task and go. Row. The team continued to set off, marching on the wide road. But after walking for a few minutes, a group of wandering ninjas armed with knives suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Those who took the lead were obviously stray ninjas with scarred faces, but the strange thing was that they looked sluggish, with yellow faces and thin skin. Damn, it's a wandering ninja. How come there are wandering ninjas here? This is trouble. 1 inch. Nanako looked at the outfit of the wandering ninja, her complexion changed slightly. If they encounter ordinary bandits, they are not afraid at all, because they have ninjas. But now, the enemy turned out to be a wandering ninja, then there would be big trouble. Ha ha ha, from the country of soup through the country of fire, you can still encounter such a big fish, this time you have a big hand. Captain, let's go after we grab it, the land of fire is not a place to stay for a long time. Advertisement. I know in my heart, we will go to the country of Chunin immediately after the robbery, with this money we can be at ease, ha ha ha. The scar-faced wandering ninja laughed and looked very happy. As expected of the captain, it really is the most correct to follow the captain. Yeah, if it wasn't for the hasty escape from the land of soup, we wouldn't be so hungry, hemp eggs, and we'll never eat bark again. It's good to be able to escape. At least we are still alive. Those who stayed in the old nest are all dead. As the wandering ninjas spoke, they shuddered as they recalled their old lair in the land of soup. Mad, the country of soup is too dangerous, I will never go to the country of soup again, and I will never go there for the rest of my life. Yes, it's too dangerous. The wandering ninjas talked a lot, and some even started to tremble with fright. All shut up. Grab the money first, and then we'll leave. The Scarface captain shouted loudly and turned to look at the caravan leader. Hand over all the food, goods, and money, and spare you all. Yes, hand it over, our boss is Jonin. Hurry up. The wandering ninjas shouted and showed off their power with weapons, but their appearance was a little funny with yellow faces and thin muscles. No, we are sending supplies to Konoha, are you sure you want to rob us? Nanako tried her best to remain calm. Although she was very scared, there was no accident in this shipment. The blood-related materials in it must be delivered within 3 days. Send supplies to Konoha. Send a shit. Get out of here, or you will be slaughtered. Scarface roared. The last home we delivered is said to be the Hyuga family. Their reconnaissance ability is extremely strong. Are you sure you want to rob us? Nanako continued talking, hoping to scare away these people. The Hyuga clan. We are not even afraid of Konoha, will we be afraid of the Hyuga clan? If you have the ability to let him come, let's see if I dare to cut him. Captain Scarface continued to speak, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Ask for flowers! Exclamation mark. A vibration caused everyone to be puzzled, and they all looked at the woods in the southeast direction at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The vibrations started to become more frequent, thicker, and more regular. What's the matter? Is someone fighting? Impossible, this sound is too regular. The wandering ninjas looked at the woods in doubt, and listened to the regular voice, puzzled. It's getting louder and louder, and something feels wrong. The earth seems to be shaking, what is going on here? Everyone hides. Advertisement. Captain Scarface's face was solemn, and he chose to hide for the first time. Whoosh whoosh. The wandering ninja hid his figure and looked vigilantly in the southeast direction, his weapons tightly clenched together. What is that? It's so big, Nanako exclaimed, and the little girl turned into an O shape. But no one answered her, because at this moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their eyes were full of astonishment. I saw from the southeast direction, a huge stone monster rushing towards them, crushing trees one by one with monstrous might, and rushing towards them like a tailed beast. 0. That terrifying body shape, that body condensed by stones, that weight that shook the earth with every step, instantly terrified everyone. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Why is there such a thing here? I don't know. Let's withdraw. Why is the country of fire so dangerous? Let's go. Wait, you look at the shoulder of the stone monster, there is a person sitting there. What did you say? The wandering ninjas were not calm when they heard this, and they all looked at the shoulders of the stone monster, but it didn't matter, they were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. There is really a man sitting on the shoulders of the big stone, and he looks like a teenager, especially the swaying calves, which proves that he is so leisurely. That gesture, as if he was on an outing, was startling, but the purple pattern mask that the boy was wearing made him look very mysterious. The strange picture formed by this kind of power and leisurely frightened the wandering ninjas to tense their bodies, not daring to make any strange noises, for fear of causing death. Bang bang bang. The loud noise still roared regularly, and it even came to them. Just when the wandering ninjas thought that the stone monster was about to leave, the bang bang stopped abruptly. What? A cold voice came from above the stone monster, and the voice was very magnetic, but the wandering ninjas felt a chill in their hearts. It's really a coincidence. Hazuki looked at the caravan's goods, at the materials, and at the scar-faced bandit hidden behind the tree, which he found very interesting. Originally, he didn't care after discovering the bandits, and he didn't bother to care, but after walking in, he found that they were bandits fleeing from Tangziguo. Judging by their appearance, they had a miserable life. Forget it. Test the strength of the big stone statue, you are unlucky. The words fall. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Hazuki's whole body appeared green light, and then floated gently into the air, looking down at the bottom indifferently, looking down at everyone. Ding. Please choose. 1. Order the big stone statue to move freely. Check its free combat power. Reward. Mental power increased by 10%. 2. Half control the action of the big stone statue. Check its judgment against the enemy. Reward. Physical fitness increased by 10%. 3. Completely control the action of the big stone statue. Check its control, and reward. Chakra increases by 10% plus a small amount of chakra. 92. Can only be a tank. Kneel and ask for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The mechanical voice came in his mind, and Hazuki, who was about to act, paused slightly and carefully checked the god level options. The rewards are almost the same, so let's use the exclusion method. Let's exclude the third item first. I have enough chakra, so there is no need to choose it, so which one should I choose next? Hazuki quickly swept through the first two choices and quickly settled on the first. Without opening a template, illusion is a problem, then I choose spiritual power. Hazuki made a quick choice. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's voice, Hazuki ordered to the big stone statue below. Go, move freely, let me see your combat effectiveness. Roar. The big stone statue suddenly roared, and after receiving the order, it no longer had to suppress itself, with the fierceness that swept everything, like a huge armored vehicle, rushing towards the bandits. Run. The scar-faced bandit was so frightened that all the souls of the dead ran away, and the speed was n times faster than that of the rabbit. Whoosh whoosh. The wandering ninjas were also frightened and ran for their lives in 8 directions at the same time. This, May 20th, method really worked. The mighty big stone statue, although it can easily kill these wandering ninjas, lacks long-range ability, and wants to kill all the wandering ninjas at the same time. It will consume a lot of time. Boom boom boom. The big stone statue roared, and the stout stone fist crashed down, smashing a wandering ninja to death, and at the same time strode out across the giant foot, with unmatched power, slammed into a ninja. Puff. Blood sprayed, dyeing the green forest red, the ninja died in despair, and was directly hit by a blow. Roar. The big stone statue roared, and with its overwhelming power, it easily killed most of the wandering ninjas, but a few people still escaped. Bang bang bang. The big stone statue took a step and made a charge action, as if intending to chase down those wandering ninjas and cut the grass. All right. Above the sky, Hazuki floated quietly, waving his hands in awe of the caravan's eyes. Advertisement. It's too weak. You have no long-range attack. You can only be a tank. I'm so disappointed. Hazuki frowned, and his voice couldn't hide his disappointment. Although this big stone statue was immortal and could fight against 9 tails, it couldn't release Tailed Beast Bomb and could only be a tank. For such a tasteless stone statue, Hazuki can only continue to increase the blood concentration to see if it can be transformed. With a trace of loss, Hazuki floated into the distance and disappeared into the sky under the awe-inspiring eyes of the caravan. Bang! The big stone statue sits on the ground decadently, and without being recognized, it is like an abandoned little beast, helpless, weak, and pitiful. In the end, in the loss, it turned into dust and disappeared. In place, only the caravan people were left, gulping wildly. Sister Wa, you are a ninja, is this stone monster so bad? Why do I think it is super powerful, and why is it rejected? The caravan leader Nanako asked suspiciously, feeling that her worldview was somewhat impacted. More than that, those wandering ninjas are very powerful. The leader is Jonin, and the rest are special Jonin and Chunin. All of them are extremely terrifying, but such a powerful wandering ninja can't even take a single blow from the stone monster. This stone person is simply heaven-defying. The ninja returned tremblingly. Why is the stone monster rejected? It's so powerful. The caravan leader continued. Maybe the masked man is more terrifying. 1. Sister Ninja Flower trembled as she spoke, and a deep sense of inferiority surged in her heart. She was also a ninja, but she was only a genin. Those stray ninjas who were killed were several times stronger than her. But the wandering ninja, who was several times stronger than her, was killed by the stone monsters like chickens, which is enough to prove how powerful the stone people are. But such a tyrannical stone monster was actually disliked by the young man for being weak, and this result made the female ninja begin to doubt life. Is the ninja world so strong now? Can't I keep up with the times? Obviously I am an important fighting force in the caravan, why is this happening? The female ninja murmured, slumped on the ground in shock, completely unable to understand how absurd the scene in front of her was. Not only she couldn't understand it, but the entire caravan couldn't understand it. They are just ordinary guards, and they are in awe of the female ninjas, not to mention the stone monsters whose strength is immeasurable. And the masked man flying in the sky, they no longer know how to evaluate it, because they feel that they don't even have the qualifications to evaluate. Nanako, I feel that after this mission, I have to worship a teacher, this world is too dangerous. The female ninja took a deep breath. Okay, I'll help you find a relationship and send you to Konoha for apprenticeship. Advertisement. Thank you Nanako. 1. Come on, let's keep going. It is good. The caravan set off again, but they will never forget what they saw today. The figure with the purple mask pattern floating in the air will also be deeply imprinted in their hearts, becoming a witness and a looker. Kilometers away, Scarface looked at the only 4 remaining subordinates, and his grief came from his heart. Originally, many subordinates could only make 3 melons and 2 dates, which was simply too difficult. Captain, let's go, the country of fire can't stay, it's too dangerous. Yes, just walking around like this, you can encounter such terrifying existences, how dangerous this country of fire must be. I feel that it's similar to Tang Ziguo, it's not a place for people, it's too f***ing terrifying. Several of the subordinates were so scared that they felt unsafe even standing here. They kept looking around, afraid of what monsters would appear again. Captain Scar Insurance looked at his subordinates' cowardice, and originally planned to reprimand, but suddenly there was a deer next to him, which startled the one unit, and his heart started to feel even more nervous. Go, 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 and never come to the country of fire again. A few wandering ninjas ran away with ragged clothes and thin faces, vowing never to come to the country of fire. Fire Country Konoha Village, Hazuki's home. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task, the reward will be increased by 10%. The warm current was flowing, and Hazuki felt that his brain became clearer and more radiant. Brother Hazuki, the clothes are ready, let's try to see if they fit. The voice of Uchiha Makoto came from the side, still so gentle, soft and glutinous, very nice. Give me a try. Hazuki opened his arms. You. Uchiha Makoto stood on tiptoe, pointed at Hazuki's forehead, gave him a sullen look, and started changing his coat for him. At this moment, she is actually a little confused, obviously they are about the same age, but why is brother Hazuki so much taller than himself? I used to be able to look up, but now I can only look up. With a slight entanglement, Uchiha Makoto changed Hazuki's clothes, and then took a closer look and nodded in satisfaction after finding that they fit well. Advertisement. Hazuki-san, what do you think? Is it comfortable to wear? Of course, this is the clothes you put all your heart into, and it will always be the best. 1. Hazuki smiled and mixed Makoto's little head, feeling very warm. Brother Hazuki just likes it. Makoto's lips curled into a smile, and being praised by Hazuki was definitely a great recognition for her. She was in a happy mood, and rarely took the initiative to hug Hazuki, and then found that she couldn't leave, and was hugged tightly. Brother Hazuki, don't make trouble, I'll help you wash the old clothes. Makoto was a little embarrassed and could only say in a low voice. No, just make trouble. Hazuki didn't let go, and continued to hug her, even playing with her long smooth hair. 3.7 Be good, brother Hazuki must be obedient. Makoto reluctantly kissed Hazuki lightly. I have a condition. Hazuki thought about it. What conditions? Hazuki's conditions are all good. 1. I drank the potion in that moment. Makoto's little face turned pale, thinking of the very bitter potion, and instantly panicked. Brother Hazuki, is it okay to drink in the future? Uchiha Makoto said weakly. No, this is to improve your strength. Hazuki said. I don't want strength, I just need to follow Hazuki brother and be satisfied. Uchiha Makoto was talking, and seeing that Hazuki stopped talking, she was worried that Hazuki was not happy, and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll drink it, don't be angry, Hazuki brother. Don't worry, it's not bitter this time, you'll know in a while. 1. Hazuki shook his head, preparing to concoct a delicious potion for her. But just after a few steps, his brows furrowed. What's the matter, Hazuki bro? Someone is coming. 93 Close black lens bracket play pp, ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Someone's here. Who? Makoto wondered, blinking and blinking. It's Kushina. This girl is a jerk and doesn't know what to do. Hazuki didn't take it seriously, but brought Makoto to the laboratory. Give me your hand and take a few drops of blood. Okay. Makoto was very obedient, and without hesitation, handed the snow-white little hand to Hazuki and let him draw blood. Okay. This time it's a new multi-stack extraction method, and the extraction speed will be very fast. You go to work first, and I'll find you later. Wearing white gloves, Hazuki gently placed the blood into the test tube. Makoto nodded her head, left the laboratory obediently, and went outside, but after thinking about it, she still came outside and waited for Kushina to appear. After a few minutes, Kushina crept over, stood near the courtyard of Hazuki's house, and then quietly jumped on the wall of the courtyard to carefully check the situation inside. The information says that Hazuki has never left Konoha, so the chances of him being the big brother are very low, but why do I always think he is? Kushina muttered, her beautiful eyes filled with puzzlement. Let's investigate first. I don't believe that the investigation can't come out, and if it doesn't work, I will bite him and make the most intuitive judgment. Kushina finished muttering, jumped off the wall, and went to the window to watch. What are you doing, Kushina? A pleasant voice sounded behind Kushina. Yeah, 29. Kushina was startled by the sudden sound. She hurriedly looked back, and when she saw that it was Makoto, she was relieved. Sister Makoto, you startled me. Kushina patted the little beast and breathed a sigh of relief. You girl, you secretly climbed over the wall without leaving the main entrance. Tell me, what bad things are you planning to do? Uchiha Makoto said with a smile on his face. In fact, she already understood the reason why Kushina came here, and knew that Kushina was looking for brother Hazuki to confirm whether he was a super strong. Makoto knew everything, but Hazuki didn't mention it and she wouldn't, so she just smiled at Kushina. Makoto sister, why are you outside? Isn't it the Hazuki brother who usually accompanies you? Kushina changed the subject. Of course I'm waiting for you. Do you think brother Hazuki didn't find you by sneaking in? You little idiot. Uchiha Makoto shook his head helplessly and continued, come in. Advertisement. Kushina was a little embarrassed, her little face flushed red, but she still walked into the house with her little feet. Where's Hazuki? Kushina looked left and right after entering the room, carefully looking for Hazuki's figure. He's busy. Sit down first. Do you want to learn how to make clothes with me? Uchiha Makoto asked suddenly. Why should I learn to make clothes? Kushina's head was a little foggy, and she didn't turn around for a while. In order for you to learn a craft, if you need it later, I'll go get the materials. Makoto quickly took out the material from the house and gave it to Kushina, asking her to follow him. Actually, it's very simple to make clothes, just follow my steps. Be careful, this is for Brother Hazuki, don't break it. Uchiha Makoto said, the little hands skillfully thread the needle and start the demonstration. Kushina watched Makoto sew clothes quickly, and began to sew with curiosity. Oh, it hurts. Kushina hurriedly covered her little hand, and Xiaojiyu puckered up in pain. Did the needle stick? Be careful. Uchiha Makoto comforted Kushina softly before continuing to teach her. Looking at Makoto, who was teaching earnestly, Kushina hesitated for a while, but in the end he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only start sewing again with the needle and thread. Oops! The pained cry rang out again. Kushina looked at the bloodshot of her index finger, her face turned white in pain. I don't make clothes anymore. I don't make clothes anymore. I'm not that material at all. 1. Kushina handed the clothes to Makoto, pouting and sitting on the sofa without speaking. She came here to verify Hazuki's identity, but people haven't seen it yet, but she stabbed herself twice, which is really stupid. Depressed, Kushina clenched her white jade fingers and carefully checked the injuries on her fingertips. Her big eyes were pitiful. Forget it. Since you don't like it, forget it. Uchiha Makoto had no choice but to give up teaching Kushina. When will Hazuki come out? I have something to ask him. Kushina thought about his own business and asked again. Looking for me? A cold voice came, and soon Hazuki came over with a tube of purification medicine and taught it to Makoto. Advertisement. Makoto, drink it. Makoto looked at the tube of medicine and took it with a tangled face, but his expression was extremely sad and obviously a little scared. Seeing such a scene, Kushina was full of doubts. She wanted to ask what the potion was, and she could scare the well-behaved and sensible Makoto into this. But she thought of her mission and hurriedly said, Hazuki, I have something to tell you, can you come out with me? Kushina asked carefully, watching Hazuki's wrist with wide eyes. If you have something, talk about it here. Hazuki said calmly. No, it's important. Kushina shook her head and refused. If Hazuki was the big brother, she would also keep the secret for the big brother. But looking at Hazuki's demeanor, she knew that it was impossible not to be hard. Taking a deep breath, Kushina moved her small feet, quickly pulled up Hazuki's big hand, and walked directly towards the door. Hazuki was pulled by Zhao's little hand and walked out the door. He was going to push her away, but suddenly he looked in the direction of the Land of Thunder. As Sage Art Ice escape? Hazuki pondered secretly, and was pulled into the woods by Kushina, but Hazuki's eyes swept to the 4 ninjas in the dark. Those ninjas are protecting Kushina, and it seems that the last incident caused concern among the senior officials of Konoha. But Kushina didn't notice this, standing in front of Hazuki, staring at him. Hazuki, can I bite my wrist? Kushina said solemnly. Ding. Please choose. 1. Agree to be bitten on the wrist by Kushina. Reward. Lightning Style Unicorn. 2. Refuse to be bitten on the wrist by Kushina. Reward. Sage Art Rasengan. 3. In Thorn Mode, hit Kushina directly. Reward. Extinguishing fire plus a small amount of chakra. The mechanical system sound rang in his mind. Hazuki quickly swept through the god-level options, but the lightning-style Kirin in the first item made him frown slightly. This lightning-style unicorn is actually a bit tasteless. It needs to create a powerful environment first, and then guide the use of lightning. It is a very troublesome combination of ninjutsu. Hazuki didn't like this thing, so he ignored it and looked at the third item instead. Although the second item can make him continue to hide himself and continue to live a leisurely life, he has learned Sage Art Rasengan long ago, and there is no need to learn it at all. Advertisement. And Uchiha Madara's symbol of ninjutsu, but it aroused his interest, so he chose 3 without hesitation. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's voice, Hazuki took a deep breath, picked up Kushina quickly, and patted Kushina's P-share with his big hand. Clap clap clap. After 3 beeps of 520, Hazuki put down Kushina and turned to leave, leaving her dumbfounded. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Extinguishing fire plus a small amount of chakra. Close black lens bracket. Hyuga Hazuki. Stop for me, you hit me there, you. Kushina was mad, clutching her little P-share and hurriedly chasing after her. Her little ears were already glowing red. In the woods. The four masked ninjas were a little sluggish when they looked at the back of Hazuki leaving dashingly. Kushina is the person protected by the super strong. This Hazuki is so bold that even Kushina dares to fight. 1. Kushina must be pissed off. We help her teach Hazuki a lesson. Maybe we can get the affirmation of the super strong. This Hazuki offended Lord Danzo. I will go back and report it immediately. If Lord Danzo learns this news, he will definitely be ecstatic. Following the discussion, a dog face masked ninja disappeared, while the other three ninjas showed their stature and walked towards Chianyu. Hyuga Hazuki, stop for me. Kushina got mad and ran up to Hazuki, grabbing his wrist and biting. Well, warm currents flowed in her body. Kushina's eyes widened suddenly, her angry mood suddenly disappeared, replaced by shock and excitement. Bang! Are you a puppy? You bite when you come up. Hazuki shot Kushina and his head fell. Bold, dare to beat Kushina-sama. Hyuga Hazuki, you are dead, no one can save you this time, not even Hokage. Don't be afraid, Kushina, let's see how we teach this kid. Whoosh whoosh. Three figures suddenly appeared, surrounding Hazuki with their weapons drawn, ready to beat Hazuki for a chance to win the show. 94, we are allies, ask for a monthly pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A. Lesson Hazuki. Kushina was still in shock and didn't understand what the ninjas around him meant. Don't be afraid, Kushina, if you dare to hit you to Hazuki, you are an enemy of us in the entire Konoha, and no one can save him. Yes, you are the most important person in our Konoha, even if Lord Danzo said that he will swear to protect your safety. Hyuga Hazuki, you dare to anger Kushina-sama, do you know how serious the consequences are? It's no use even asking Hokage. The three ninjas said loudly, expressing themselves deliberately, in order to win the attention of the secret super powerful, and get the affirmation of that person. What nonsense are you talking about? Who said he was going to teach Hazuki brother a lesson? Do you want to die? Get out. Kushina panicked, clenching her fists and roaring. Big brother is the most important person to her. She is not allowed to treat him badly, even if it is bad because of misunderstanding. So, when she heard the words of the ninjas around her, she burst out, like a chili pepper. The three surrounding ninjas looked at Kushina, who was mad, and they were all confused. They looked at Kushina stupidly. For a while they didn't know how to refute, and they didn't dare to refute. Lord Kushina, we are allies. A ninja said weakly. Whoever is your friend, get out of here. Don't blame me for being rude if you dare to say something bad about brother Hazuki. Kushina said angrily, clenching her little hands tightly, as if she was about to beat someone. I'm sorry Kushina-sama, let's go right away. The three ninjas apologized again and again, and fled back into the woods in a hurry, not daring to come out again. At this moment, they were a little suspicious of life. Advertisement. Seeing them leaving, Kushina hurriedly turned to look at Hazuki, and said in a warm voice, Brother Hazuki, you. Okay. Go back and talk. Hazuki said lightly. Uh-huh. Kushina nodded her head obediently, completely different from the little pepper just now, obediently like a kitten. In such a scene, the three ninjas in the woods looked at each other, and they had no idea what was going on. What the hell is going on here? Even though Hazuki beat Kushina, why did Kushina protect Hazuki instead? Instead, he scolded us open corner bracket, close corner bracket. 1. I don't know, I suspect that the way to go out today is wrong, and I always feel that everything is unreal now, which is a bit contrary to common sense. I feel the same way, Mother F. Kerr. Hazuki treats her like that, and it makes no sense for her to protect her. The three ninjas talked a lot and couldn't figure out what was going on. But they were so confused that they forgot one thing, that their companions went to find Danzo. Outside the Hyuga family's residence, several shadows flashed by at a high speed, coming with strong chakra fluctuations, and it was Danzo who took the lead. I finally have the opportunity to make meritorious deeds, I can finally perform, I finally have the opportunity to get the affirmation of the super strong. Danzo murmured, excited, his eyes flushed. The first time he got the news, he left everything behind and rushed out of the residence regardless of his image, heading towards the residence of the Shang clan. Such reckless behavior can easily arouse Shang clan's vigilance. But Danzo can't care about this, As long as he can make meritorious deeds, as long as he can get the attention of the super strong, as long as he can become Hokage, he can give up everything, even his life. Therefore, Danzo is here, rushing to the front at the fastest speed in his life, rushing into the Hyuga clan, and rushing in the direction of Hazuki's house. Luckily he saw the target, saw Hazuki and Kushina. Advertisement. He appeared with a strong power, came with a terrifying chakra, appeared in front of Hazuki in the most stalwart posture, and stared at Hazuki brightly and stalwartly. Little devil, how dare you disrespect Kushina, let you know today how stupid the consequences of doing so are, and you will regret it for the rest of your life because of what happened today. Danzo finished speaking loudly, and walked towards Kushina, ready to protect Kushina and win the favor of the secret superpower. But at this moment, just as he walked over with the image of a bright and stalwart, a sudden sentence caused all his images to disappear, completely breaking the power. Go away, old man, don't stand in my way with brother Hazuki. Gah! Danzo was dumbfounded when he heard this, and stared blankly at Kushina who was talking, his mind was a little confused. Dead. Dead old man. Danzo stammered, wondering if he had heard it wrong. To know that he is still a long way from the old man, but he was actually called to death by Kushina, the key point is that he can't say anything, because he doesn't dare. Taking a deep breath, Danzo suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a warm smile. Kushina, don't be afraid, this Hazuki dares to bully you, I will make the decision for you and teach him a lesson. 1. Shut up and kill the old man, I don't need you to be the master. What happened to brother Hazuki bullying me? I want him to bully me, I want him to bully me for the rest of my life. As Kushina said that, her small white hand held Hazuki's big hand, and then she leaned her small head against Hazuki's arms with a happy expression on her face. This. Danzo was dumbfounded, dazed, his head seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, buzzing. 4. Why? Why is this? I'm obviously here to protect you. Danzo's mentality jumped, and the expected scene not only did not appear, but he was angry. There are many subordinates next to the key, as well as the Shang clan who are quietly observing in secret, this time his face is really lost. Advertisement. Ding. Please choose. 1. Tell Danzo, I am a super strong. Reward. B-level water-style water tooth bomb. 2. Danzo, leaving with Kushina in his arms. Reward. B-level fire-style head hard. 3. Hold Kushina and say directly to Danzo, because you are so ugly. Reward. B-level fire-style extinction plus a small amount of chakra. Hazuki listened to the system's voice, looked at the 3 god-level choices, and quickly chose the third one. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he wrapped his arms around Kushina's waist and stared at Danzo, because you are so ugly, you pollute the air. 11. After Hazuki finished speaking, he walked towards the house under Danzo's astonished eyes, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I'm so ugly. Ugly polluted air quit. Danzo said sluggishly, Li Hao, thinking about his old face, and looking at Hazuki's suffocating face, he seemed to have understood something, showing a sudden realization. It turned out that Kushina liked Hazuki, and then let Hazuki bully her. It turned out that Hazuki was too handsome. I finally understood. Danzo said with a sense of loss, and understood why he was not recognized for his good intentions. There is only one reason, that is, he is not handsome enough. Isn't it just handsome? I will definitely become handsome, I will definitely be, just wait. Danzo did not lose his confidence, but regained his fighting spirit and chose a path he thought was right, but this path will be bumpy and full of thorns. As for the final destination, it is likely to be the point of no return. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a B-level fire style plus a small amount of chakra. The warm current reappeared, and Hazuki returned home with Kushina in his arms, but his eyes were turned in the direction of the Land of Thunder. The movie score is a little bigger this time. Open black lens bracket 95 close black lens bracket Raikage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki brother, what did you say? Kushina clenched Hazuki's big hand tightly, not daring to relax a little bit, as if he would never see Hazuki again after relaxing. You don't have to hold it so tightly. Hazuki said, rubbing the little head of the girl. No, I'm afraid you leave again, I don't want you to leave. Kushina shook her head, afraid that Hazuki would disappear. Don't worry, this is my home. Hazuki comforted softly, and after talking for a while, the little girl was relieved. The two walked into the house together, just in time to see Makoto's smiling eyes. Hazuki brother, did you tell her? Makoto smiled. Bitten by this puppy. Hazuki shrugged. Where are the puppies? Kushina's doo-doo mouth was a little reluctant, but she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she acted cute. Okay. Rest with Makoto, I'm going to continue the experiment. By the way, give me a few drops of your blood. Hazuki thought of the mission, beckoned and took Kushina to take some blood, and then fell into blood purification again. In the living room, Kushina jumped up and down in a good mood, and when she saw Makoto making clothes on the sofa, she ran over quickly. Makoto-san, teach me how to make clothes. Didn't you say that it's not for making clothes? Makoto was puzzled, she remembered the scene just now. People can learn slowly, there will always be success. Kushina is a little embarrassed, but this is making clothes for brother Hazuki. Even if she thinks that she is not the material, she still has to study hard. That's it, okay, this is the 533 outfit from just now, you can learn from me. Makoto smiled as if he understood something. Kushina picked up the clothes that had been put down earlier, followed Makoto's movements, and began to sew needle by needle. Advertisement. Oops. In less than a minute, Kushina clutched the index finger of her left hand, feeling a little depressed, but after looking at the clothes in her hand, she continued to study hard. This time, she tried her best to avoid getting stabbed. Unfortunately, she often walked by the river without wet shoes. She was stabbed again within 5 minutes of her clumsy appearance. But this time she didn't cry out, she just frowned and tried to sew again. It's all right. Uchiha Makoto noticed her strange, caring inquiries. It's okay. I found myself quite suitable for making clothes, you see what I sew. Kushina gestured with the clothes in his hand, a little happy. Stupid girl, you sewed wrong. You have to insert needles into the clothes, so that the stitches can be hidden and the thread will not be exposed. Makoto looked at the clothes that Kushina sewed, she was a little helpless, she could only tear off the thread and teach again. So it's like this, am I doing a disservice? Kushina's big eyes were pitiful, and she felt that she was really stupid. It's okay. Just learning is like this, just study for a while, you can follow my steps. Uchiha Makoto did not blame her, but taught little by little, her voice was warm and soothing, CJDH, very warm. Such comfort also warms Kushina's heart. She sits next to Makoto and learns the way she injects needles, little by little. The next time, the two worked together to sew clothes for Hazuki. Although it was unavoidable to be stabbed again, there was no more screaming, some were just warm chatting and discussions. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two Anbu below, frowning. Are you sure? That's why. Yes, Lord Hokage, this is the reason why Danzo finally realized it. At that time, he was so excited and shouted out that we heard it. Anbu replied respectfully. As that's so, is he handsome? But the appearance is fixed at birth, and if you want to change it, you will have to experiment with humans. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Hokage, Danzo has returned and plans to set up an organization called Root, whose purpose is to become handsome. Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and continued with coldness in his eyes. The secret line lurking around Danzo, let them also participate in Danzo's experiment, and wait until the critical moment to destroy the experimental results. Advertisement. It's Hokage-sama. The two Anbu saluted respectfully and disappeared with a swoosh. In place, only Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted in thought. Danzo's ambition is not small, become handsome. Humph. The residence of the Hyuga clan, the home of the patriarch. Being handsome. So it is, it seems that the future policy will be changed. The residence of the Uchiha clan, the home of the patriarch. In terms of appearance, Uchiha is not afraid of anyone, but Hazuki is a formidable enemy, he is too handsome, and this kid has a very unique temperament, that kind of cold temperament is the key. The Inoshika-cho family, the Kurama family, various small families, almost the entire Konoha got the news and began to change their strategies. Hazuki didn't expect that just deliberately letting Kushina bite himself would cause such a big setback and almost rewrite Konoha's future. But he couldn't care about it anymore, because he was staring at the mirror, his blue eyes. My eyes are getting clearer and clearer. I didn't expect Kushina's blood to have such a good effect on me, and even my physique has changed. Feeling the enhancement of her physique, Hazuki began to look forward to the idea that the intermediate sage body might be upgraded to the advanced level. If I get the blood of the other three, how far will it go? Is it possible to awaken the Sharingan? Or Rinnegan? Hazuki said expectantly. The blue in his eyes shone slightly, and then returned to calm. Don't worry. Get the Tenseigan out first. I can feel that as long as I take some more purification medicine, I can get a Tenseigan ability again. I don't know what the power is this time. Gravity. Repulsion. Golem control. Tenseigan chakra mode. Hazuki said, and began to purify the blood again, but he always felt that his eyes were improving in a broader way. The Land of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage office. Lord Raikage, something has happened. A Cloud Shinobi rushed into the office in embarrassment, clutching his wound and falling to the ground. What's the matter? Raikage rushed over to see the injured Cloud Shinobi's expression condensed. Lord Raikage, something has happened to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn family. Cloud Shinobi vomited blood and tried to shout out these words. Golden Horn and Silver Horn family. What's going on? Raikage's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about whether this family is making trouble again. After all, this family's force value is still very high. Advertisement. But thinking that the family has been isolated from the village and even monitored, Raikage felt unlikely. What the hell is going on? Make it clear. Raikage said loudly. Their family, poof. Cloud Shinobi spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground and passed out. Damn, the secretary took him to therapy and I went to see it myself. Raikage gave a loud order, banged through the wall and rushed out, and then like an armored vehicle, it rushed towards the Golden Horn and Silver Horn family. It just makes him strange. The more he walked, the colder he felt, which made him very puzzled. Because it is not the season of snow at all, it is reasonable to say that this situation will not occur, but since it does, it proves that something is wrong. With a dignified Raikage ran at high speed, and soon approached the Golden Horn and Silver Horn family, but looking at the scene in front of him, Raikage was stunned. I saw directly in front of the huge family gathering place, at this moment. At this moment, it has been completely shrouded in ice, imprisoning everything like an iceberg. All buildings, plants, animals, and human beings were frozen inside and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. The area covered by the ice was extremely broad, covering almost everything. What shocked Raikage even more was that the creatures in the ice sculptures were still alive, not dead. Who did it? Damn it, who is it? Raikage roared, but no one answered him. The only one who knew the information had passed out. Raikage could only roar and start saving people. Bang! His fist slammed hard on an ice sculpture, intending to rescue the figure inside, but when the fist hit the ice sculpture, Raikage was stunned. He looked at the intact ice sculpture, felt the right hand under the shock, and there was disbelief in his eyes. Break me! Bang! The air rippling, spreading around with Raikage as the center, a powerful force slammed on the ice sculpture, but Raikage was stunned. No. Impossible. If I punch down, even marble can be shattered, but what's going on with this ice sculpture? Raikage's eyes narrowed, and he faintly noticed something was wrong. 96. I lost. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This ice sculpture seems to contain a special ability that can make the ice so strong. What is this? Raikage was dignified and couldn't figure out why. But it is important to save people, otherwise people in the ice will not freeze to death, but will also suffocate to death. Therefore, his right fist is clenched tightly, ready to use powerful ninjutsu, which is his ultimate move, the hell thrust known as the strongest spear. Break me. Bang. Click. The layers of ice shattered, and cobweb-like cracks appeared, gradually revealing the terrified Cloud Shinobi in the ice. Sir Raikage, you are finally here, and I know that apart from flames, you are the only one who can break ice in physical skills. 1. Cloud Shinobi said gratefully, with admiration in his eyes, but he didn't notice that Raikage's hands trembled for a second. Even Raikage's gaze, staring solemnly at the countless ice sculptures, faintly felt a little tricky. What the hell is going on? Who caused all this? And the fact that Teishu can't break the ice. Raikage asked seriously. Lord Raikage, the previous short battle proved that this ice can only be melted with a lot of Hokage burning, and it is very difficult to break them with physical techniques, and the person who caused it all. It's a man with a purple pattern mask. His strength is very terrifying. By the way, our patriarch was captured, and even all the ninja tools were lost. Cloud Shinobi hurriedly said. What did you say? Your patriarch was taken away. All the ninja tools were lost. Raikage's expression changed slightly. Although this family lost the golden horn and the silver horn, the remaining patriarch was still a strong man, but such a powerful person was taken away, and the key-cutting tools were also lost. Gold rope, 7-star sword, red gourd, banana fan, lake net. Each of these ninja tools has a great effect, and their loss will definitely be an earthquake for the Kingdom of Thunder. Damn, where did the masked man go? The ninja gear must be brought back. Raikage said solemnly. I only saw him go to the southwest, and I don't know what's behind. The ice is freezing too fast, and I know very little information. 1. Cloud Shinobi shook his head, looking a little frustrated, and he was very remorseful for failing to provide important information. The information you provided is enough. Wait for the guards to come, tell them all the information, and I will hunt down the masked man. After Raikage finished speaking, he rushed to the southwest without hesitation. This Raikage just left, and then a large number of Cloud Shinobi appeared, but their eyes widened in shock at the ice area in front of them. What is going on here? Although this family is isolated on the edge of the village, such a big battle is too terrifying. 11. There are traces of the barrier here. It seems that someone set up the barrier before the battle. 1. Advertisement. No wonder. I didn't expect to be a master of enchantment. Don't talk about it. Hurry up and save people. A heavy voice sounded, and then the elder appeared with the guards. Rescue the frozen companion quickly, fast. Yes. Under the order, all the Cloud Shinobi began to act, using their means to rescue those who were frozen by the ice. Jingle jingle. They, who are good at physical arts and melee combat, started to exert their strength, but the results made them stunned. Their many methods have no effect on the ice. Damn, this ice is so strong, my knife was actually damaged by the shock. Me too, this ice is too weird. Elder, the flame can melt these ices, although the effect is much weaker, but now is the only way. Cloud Shinobi, who was rescued earlier, hurriedly told the information he knew. Flame. The Great Elder got the information about this person and quickly ordered the test, which soon got gratifying results. Although the ice still melted very slowly, the flames were indeed effective. Now they were relieved. But, looking at the large icy area, and thinking that Cloud Shinobi Village prefers physique and melee combat, everyone became dignified again. Call all the fire-style ninjas in the village immediately to rescue the frozen companions. The Elder ordered. Yes. Following the order of the Great Elder, the entire Cloud Shinobi village was mobilized. All the ninjas who can use fire style, from the gray-haired old man to the child who just vomited small flames, were all called up. Certainly. There are many ways to burn. The Cloud Shinobi found a lot of easy-to-burn materials, rescued their companions in the ice, and dispatched powerful ninjas to find the masked man. Outside the village of the Kingdom of Thunder, on the top of a certain hill. Raikage ran fast, chasing after the trace, and his eyes were full of solemnity. With so few traces left, if I wasn't experienced, I would probably be lost, and it really is a tough enemy. Raikage continued to chase, and soon saw what he was looking for. It was a figure with a purple mask, and his appearance was not burly, even a little thin. Advertisement. But Raikage didn't dare to be careless. The opponent could cast such terrifying ice, it was definitely tough, and he had to rescue the unconscious hostage. Who are you? Why did you come to Cloud Shinobi Village? Why did you hurt those civilians? Why did you take their clan leader? Raikage asked tentatively, with hatred in his eyes. The area in the village that was frozen by ice was too vast, and many ordinary civilians were frozen in it. Those civilians who had no strength would be frozen to death in a short time. Such a ruthless enemy made Raikage want to smash the opponent into thousands of pieces. You didn't see the words in the center of the ice. The masked man suddenly spoke, and his voice had a hint of metal texture, obviously disguised. The word in the center of the ice. Raikage was stunned. He really didn't know this, and he asked tentatively, "What word?" "You'll know when you go back and have a look. Let's fight you first. You can't wait for so long." The masked man was eager to try. "You're waiting for me. Impossible. How did you know I was chasing?" "I found it through the traces you left." Raikage doubted. "Those traces were left by this guy. Do you really think I don't know?" The masked man kicked the hostage next to him and said, "Stop pretending. Get out. Don't delay my fight." Bang. The unconscious hostage stood up abruptly, rushed out 10 meters away like lightning, and then quickly ran behind Raikage to dodge. "Lord Raikage, he has drawn a lot of blood from me. This person is very dangerous. You must be careful." "Wait. Let me ask first, are those traces really left by you?" Raikage had a bad feeling in his heart. "Ask for flowers." "Yes. In order not to be discovered by him, I deliberately stayed less, but I didn't expect this person to know everything." 1. Know everything. Hearing the words of the patriarch, Raikage was dumbfounded. He looked at the masked figure in disbelief, feeling a little unsure for the first time. "Okay. Stop being stupid. Let's start fighting. Don't let me down," the masked figure said, and his right hand suddenly hit the ground. Boom. The terrifying ice surged and swept towards Raikage with boundless power. The scale of the ice was so vast that it was like a huge wave hitting the past. "Be careful." Raikage screamed and slammed into the strongest trick, lightning-style chakra mode. "Hell's thrusts are all for." Boom. Advertisement. Countless pieces of ice shattered, and Raikage rushed towards the masked man like an armored vehicle. But facing the boundless ice, he took 3 steps forward and was rushed back by the ice, and even the ice quickly froze around him. Infernal thrusts are all in one hand. Boom. The ice shattered again, and all the ice surrounding Raikage was torn apart. The Raikage, whose whole body is shrouded in thunder and lightning chakra, charged forward again like a demon with indomitable momentum and power. Boom, boom, boom. Layers of icy walls appeared, blocking his footsteps, and countless icy spikes below continued to rise. Boom, boom, boom. "What?" Raikage roared furiously, constantly destroying all the ice, but the boundless ice overwhelmed him, and he couldn't make an effective attack at all, and could only be pushed back by the ice. Even being continuously wrapped and frozen. "No, it's impossible. I am the strongest Raikage. How can I lose? I will never lose. Break me. Break. Break. Lord Raikage, stop struggling. You can't move anymore." Gah. Raikage looked at his wrapped body, and the head left outside looked at not far away, looking at the patriarch who was in the same state as him. He was silent. "I lost," Raikage said with a sigh, and for a moment seemed to be several years old, and the whole person exuded a decadent atmosphere. "It took 5 minutes to defeat you. Although I didn't use my full strength, it took a little longer, and Sage Art Ice Dun is still weaker." The masked man shook his head slightly and looked a little disappointed. He thought of the future, when Madara used Sage Art to cut the truth-seeking ball black stick. It's also Sage Art, and it's also the bloodline limit, and the difference in power is not even a little bit. It seems that a new bloodline limit is going to be developed. The other person said and waved. Equals. But Raikage, who had escaped from the ice, heard these words clearly, and he felt that his head was not enough. Moreover, the words Sage Art also caught his attention, but the other party disliked the fact that Bing Dun was too weak, which made him feel more and more uncomfortable. He wanted to say, "Can we stop hitting people like that?" But he didn't say it. He saw that the masked people didn't mean to hurt them, and the ice in Cloud Shinobi village made him wonder. By the way, the masked man said he left some words in the center of the ice. Does it have any special meaning? On. Open black lens bracket 97 close black lens bracket shadow clone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Raikage murmured, and couldn't wait to go back to see what the words left in the ice meant. However, the masked man in front of him made him very afraid. Although the other party did not intend to kill them, he was still very worried in the face of such a powerful expert. If the other party suddenly changed their minds, maybe they would be dead, so he was still in a state of vigilance. "Okay. The task is complete. See you too." The masked man waved his hand and disappeared with a bang. Gone. Raikage looked at the masked man who disappeared into a white mist. His expression was stunned, and his pupils shrank sharply in the next second. "Lord Raikage, Is this shadow clone? The patriarch's voice came from his side, and Raikage clenched his hands suddenly. Yes, it's shadow clone. Raikage replied calmly, just clenching his hands to prove the restlessness in his heart. Doesn't that mean, 533, my family was settled by a shadow clone, and you were defeated by a shadow clone? The patriarch's voice sounded again, and blood dripped from Raikage's heart. You talk too much. Raikage glanced at the other party, turned and jumped away, but the action of taking a deep breath proved that he had always suppressed the shock in his heart. It is acceptable for him to be defeated by a mysterious powerhouse, but it is unacceptable for him to be defeated by a shadow clone. Now, he just wants to go back to the ice area and see what the words left by the strong man mean. Whoosh whoosh. The two ran fast and quickly returned to the icy area of Cloud Shinobi village. But the scene in front of them made them very strange. Advertisement. Because a large number of ninjas quietly surrounded the ice area, curiously watching the situation inside. What's going on? Why don't you save people? Raikage said angrily. Sir Raikage, you're back, please read the text in the frozen center. The elder hurriedly gestured. What do the words mean? Why don't you save people first? Although Raikage also wanted to read the text, he was very dissatisfied with the behavior of his subordinates for not saving people. The reason why he went out alone to chase the masked figures was because he believed in his subordinates, but looking at the civilians in the ice, his heart burst into anger. Lord Raikage, listen to me, many people have come out of the ice, and now there are no casualties. The elder explained. No casualties doesn't mean there won't be next. Even if they don't freeze to death, they will suffocate to death. Have you ever thought about this? Raikage scolded and roared, and the emotions that were originally suppressed were now showing signs of eruption. Lord Raikage, the ice will thaw by itself, and every once in a while, a group of people will be released, and no one is injured, which is very strange. What? Are you sure? Raikage was stunned, recalling the strength of the purple masked figure, he really believed it. Yes, now only the last batch of people is frozen, and it will be unblocked soon. The first elder said. The ice in the distance rattled, and soon the last group of people who were frozen successfully escaped. Raikage was stunned by this scene and always felt a little dreamy. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and quickly rushed to the center of the ice. He wanted to take a good look at the mysterious powerhouse and what the words left behind. Perhaps very important words, or some kind of warning. 1. With a restless mind, Raikage came to the center of the icy zone with a few flashes. Then he lowered his head and looked at the ground, the font condensed by the ice. Open black lens bracket. It's too hot, let's cool down for everyone, thank you. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. FK. Raikage just wants to scold people now. What kind of mysterious powerhouse are you playing with the gorilla here? Can you be a little bit of the power of the powerhouse? Raikage was furious, but he couldn't beat the opponent, so he could only return angrily. Don't let me meet you again, I. Raikage muttered and found that he couldn't beat the other party, so he could only go back to the office with a dark face and annoyed. Fire Country Konoha Village, Hazuki's home. Hazuki, who was busy in the laboratory, was stunned when he received the message from Shadow Clone, and then smiled slightly. This Shadow Clone can really mess things up, but I like it. Hazuki smiled and quickly formed the seal. Summoning technique. Bang! The white mist rolled, and a Katsuyu loomed in the mist. Lord Hazuki. A crisp female voice came, and then Katsuyu pulled the space scroll out of his body. Thank you for your hard work, just put those ninja tools with you, I won't be able to use them for the time being. Hazuki said with a smile. It's Hazuki-sama. Katsuyu bowed his head slightly, then disappeared with a bang. It's convenient to have summoning beasts, so the next step is to purify new potions. As Hazuki said, he was once again caught in the purification of the medicine. Through the multiple superposition purification method, his purification speed was extremely fast. In just 2 hours, he extracted 2 bottles. Let's see how it works. Hazuki took a bottle first, and soon found out how strong the gain it brought. The warm current was like being in a hot spring all the time, especially comfortable. The effect is very good. It seems to be developing in the direction of Tenseigen, and it has become more extensive. Let's continue to experiment. Advertisement. With anticipation, Hazuki continued to get bogged down in the experiment, and it was a busy few days. In the past few days, he spent most of the time in the laboratory, except for occasional breaks and meals, that is, he stayed in the laboratory. This kind of dedicated research also made Kushina and Makoto pay attention. They wanted to help more than once, but they were all rejected by Hazuki. Of course, their blood is also drawn from time to time, especially Makoto's. Her blood has become more and more effective because Hazuki has been using it for a long time. Several times, when Hazuki looked in the mirror, he saw the red light in his eyes, and there was a faint meaning of cohesion. Another few days passed. With only one day left until the Chunin exam, Hazuki was still in the lab, which worried Makoto and Kushina. Makoto's sister, Hazuki brother has been in the laboratory for a whole day, I'm a little worried. Kushina said, clasping her small hand. 3.7 inches trust brother Hazuki, he won't do anything unsure. 1 inch. Uchiha Makoto comforted Kushina, but the worry on her little face became more intense. She is more emotional about Hazuki, so she pays more attention to Hazuki's situation, and if there is any bad information about Hazuki, she will be worried. Crackle. A crisp sound came from the laboratory, which seemed to be the sound of glass breaking. Makoto and Kushina heard the sound and trotted to the door of the laboratory. Hazuki brother, are you all right, Hazuki brother? 1. The two girls shouted anxiously, but they didn't dare to use it too loud for fear of disturbing Hazuki. I'm fine, Makoto is going to get an eye strap. Hazuki's voice came from inside the house, with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Okay, I'll go right away. Makoto hurriedly ran into the house and fetched an eye protection strap. Open black lens bracket 98 close black lens bracket 3 tails. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Come in. 1. Hazuki's voice came from inside the house again, still so hoarse. Hearing this, Makoto and Kushina hurriedly opened the door of the laboratory and ran in. But they who had just entered the laboratory looked at Hazuki's closed eyes, and the blood stains under them, and cried out in fright. Hazuki brother, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Woo woo woo. Makoto's big eyes were filled with teardrops, rolling down like a pearl with a broken thread. And she ran into Hazuki's arms for the first time and hugged him tightly, but those tear-stained eyes were always looking at Hazuki, and she couldn't hide her worried eyes. As for Kushina's condition, she couldn't throw herself into Chiba's arms, so she could only hold Hazuki's arm and asked worriedly. I'm fine, my eyes are waking up, don't cry, that's a good thing. Hazuki said in a warm voice, comforting the small heads of the two girls with their big hands. As brother Hazuki really? Are you really going to be okay? I'm so scared. Although Makoto heard Hazuki say it was fine, he was still very worried, and there was deep worry in his tear-stained eyes. 29. Don't worry, I promise. Hazuki pinched Makoto's little face lightly and assured. Seeing Hazuki's affirmation, Makoto finally felt relieved, and there was finally a slight smile on the pear flower's rainy little face. She quickly ran to the outside to bring water and a towel, and carefully cleaned the blood stains under Hazuki's eyes, and then thoughtfully Hazuki put on an eye band to protect his eyes. Come on, let's go to the living room. Hazuki said with a smile. Brother Hazuki, we support you. Makoto and Kushina stood on either side of Hazuki, trying to help him out. I can walk, you don't have to hold me, can you still believe my strength? Hazuki shook his head. No, you're a patient now, brother Hazuki has to be obedient. Makoto said with a tight face, looking a little serious. Advertisement. Yes, Hazuki-san wants to listen to Makoto's sister. Kushina also spoke, helping to speak. Okay. Hazuki had no choice but to follow the wishes of the two little girls. Next, Hazuki was carefully helped by two cute girls to the sofa in the living room, and then accepted the care of the two of them. Hazuki brother, eat an orange, you like oranges the most. Makoto's slender hand peeled an orange, broke apart a little bit and fed it to Hazuki. Kushina next to him brewed a cup of tea, holding it in his small snow-white hand, and said softly, Brother Hazuki, I brewed a cup of tea. It's your favorite tea. I'll give you a drink when it's not hot. You guys. Hazuki has nothing to do with these two little girls, and can only accept their care, not to mention, it's really fragrant. In fact, with his strength, even if his eyes could not be opened, it would not affect his combat effectiveness. At his level, he had nothing to fear in this world. Even if he doesn't use the trump card template, he can still look down on the ninja world, but invincibility also brings a bit of trouble, that is, it's boring. This is also the reason why he likes research, and even completely likes the feeling of this kind of research. Especially this morning, when he drank the last bottle of potion, he felt the throbbing in his blood, and he suddenly felt a joyful harvest. I don't know what kind of ability will be awakened. I'm really looking forward to it. Hazuki was leaning on the big sofa leisurely, receiving the care of two cute girls, and his mood was far away. The number 2 shadow clone to the land of water was too slow to go to beat Three Tails. It's time to hurry, and also to get some of Tsunade's blood. Hazuki said. Thinking of tomorrow's Chunin exam, he planned to go out to relax, get some blood, and then trigger the god level selection. Ding. Please choose 1. Take the Chunin exam. Reward. Fire style hard work. 2. Refuse to take the Chunin exam. Reward. Fire style ash accumulation. 3. Get the first place in the Chunin exam. Reward. Secret technique water iron cannon technique. Water cannon technique. Hazuki looked at the third option, feeling a little interesting. Advertisement. In the original anime, this ninjutsu looks very handsome, as if shooting a gun, just aim at the opponent directly. This ability, which belongs to the single attack ability, is still very interesting. Hazuki did not hesitate and chose this item directly. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Brother Hazuki, it's almost noon, I'll go get you something to eat. Makoto looked at the time and said. Kiss and go, Hazuki said with a smirk. Uchiha Makoto's face was flushed, and he approached Hazuki with a sigh of relief, kissed him lightly on the side of the cheek, and ran to the kitchen in a panic. This girl. Hazuki smiled and picked up the tea that Kushina handed over and took a sip. Brother Hazuki, I'm going to help cook too. 1 inch. Kushina whispered something, then stood up, but instead of leaving, she stood pretty. Go. Hazuki waved his hand and continued to drink tea intently. Looking at Hazuki's appearance, Kushina was stunned for a second and didn't know what to say, so she could only walk away helplessly. And in her little guinea pig, she murmured something unfair. The land of water, by a lake. The huge Three Tails Gifu fell weakly by the lake, looking at the figure in front of him pitifully. Originally, he came out to take a breath, but who would have thought that a man with a purple pattern mask suddenly appeared, and then he came up with an attack. It got angry at the time. The tiger doesn't get angry, do you think I'm a sick cat? Furious, it started to fight with tyrannical power, and went through 3 days of terrifying battles, and then no more. It is now lying on the beach with injuries all over its body, and its incomparably miserable state is the result. Advertisement. Moreover, in the past 3 days, it was in a state of being beaten all the way, and was beaten in various postures, and it was extremely aggrieved. Being beaten for no reason, it's strange that he can feel it in his heart. It wants to resist, but it can't beat the other party, so it can only stare at the other party helplessly. Yeah, it's too weak. You can't hold it in 3 days. My Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan hasn't been used yet. Get up and fight again. The man with the purple pattern mask stood in front of Three Tails and said, kicking Three Tails in the head to make it rise. But Three Tails had had enough. It decided not to get up after being beaten to death. Every time it got up, it was beaten violently by 533. Whoever got up was insane, so it didn't move and just pretended to be dead. You are a tailed beast. Is there such an unscrupulous tailed beast as you? The purple masked man continued. Hearing this, Three Tails sneered and glanced at the other party. It wanted to reply, is there such a strong and unscrupulous person as you? It's a pity that it doesn't dare, so it can only continue to pretend to be dead. Since you like to play dead, don't blame me for being rude. The purple masked man raised his right hand, and the huge Sage Art Rasengan began to rippling. Ow! Three Tails Gifu saw that his posture was not good, and immediately roared and begged, completely losing the dignity of a tailed beast, looking like a bullied little beast. It looked as pitiful as it was pitiful. It's really boring. Didn't it just beat you for 3 days? As for that, The man in the purple mask said, meaning to leave. Bang! White mist rippled, and a small Katsuyu suddenly appeared on the ground. My lord has an order for you to carry out the task as soon as possible. Little Katsuyu said quickly after appearing. Okay. I see. The purple masked man nodded, and after watching little Katsuyu disappear, he patted Three Tails on the head and said, next time I'll play with you, I'll go first, bye. Whoosh. The man in the purple mask left, but Three Tails remained dumbfounded. It shivered slightly as it recalled the information just now. It never thought that such a terrifying mask powerhouse would actually have an adult. Such a result was unexpected. In such a dangerous outside world, it decided to return to the lake to stay and never come out again. Advertisement open black lens bracket 99 close black lens bracket pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shines on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Under the care of Makoto and Kushina, Hazuki walked along the lively Konoha street and silently listened to the discussions on the street. Brother Hazuki, I heard that Cloud Shinobi village also sent someone to take advantage of this Chunin exam. Makoto said, clasping his little hands with Hazuki's big hands, not wanting to relax a little. Brother Hazuki, and San Shinobi village, they also sent people to take the Chunin exam. Kushina also said. I see. Hazuki nodded, without much emotion. San Shinobi village and Konoha are at war in the land of rain, so coming to take the Chunin exam at this moment must have a different purpose. As for the appearance of Cloud Shinobi village, it is possible to form an alliance. His shadow clone has brought a lot of pressure to Cloud Shinobi village, and Cloud Shinobi can only seek comfort by forming an alliance with the mighty Konoha. The three major ninja villages, as well as those small ninja villages, can be played this time. Hazuki said lightly with a black blindfold. This eye patch is a new eye patch that Makoto sewed overnight. It's pure black and looks cool, very similar to a female character's eye patch in a certain game. His temperament originally belonged to the high cold type, and he looked even cooler after wearing this blindfold, which was several times stronger than the future Sasuke. Most importantly, he was surrounded by two cute girls, which made him the center of attention. The few cute girls chatting not far away are the best proof. Hello Hazuki-kun, what's wrong with your eyes? Well, I'm a medical ninja, I can help you. A cute girl with princess braids, Jenin, looked at Hazuki shyly, and looked at Hazuki's blindfold with big eyes with concern. Thanks, my eyes are fine. Hazuki waved his hand and did not stop, but headed towards the test center. I came out too late today, and the Chunin exam is already late. If I go later, it will be somewhat unsightly. So, Hazuki took two cute girls and left under the reluctant gaze of the female Jenin. Alas, gone again, he's always so far away. Jenin sighed. Advertisement. Wow, Hazuki-kun actually thanked you, you are so lucky, it would be nice if you thanked me, it's a pity, a pity. Knowing that I had spoken to Hazuki-kun first, I am so envious of me. 1. A few girls ran to Jenin, the princess braided girl, chatting endlessly, all of which meant envy. When Jenin, the melancholy princess braided girl, heard these words, her mood instantly improved, and she was even a little proud. Written exam classroom. Countless Jenins who took the Chunin exam frowned at the exam papers in their hands, and then cheated in various ways. Many of these people are Konoha shinobi, such as Wave Minato, Nawaki, Ino Shikacho, etc., and they are also answering the questions by different means. In the classroom, several Konoha shinobi invigilators watched around, looking for cheaters to weed out. Squeak. The classrooms were pushed away, and Hazuki walked in leisurely. Are you Jenin taking the test? Do you know what time it is? You have been disqualified from the test. A short-haired invigilator frowned and scolded. Those Jenins who were taking exams saw this scene and laughed secretly. If they could lose one competitor, they would have a higher chance of advancing, so they gloated. But people like Namikaze Minato, Nawaki, Ino Shikacho and others frowned secretly. Hazuki is Konoha after all, if he is disqualified from the examination, it will be troublesome. Therefore, they are ready to intercede. Bump. The classroom door suddenly shattered, and Kushina rushed in aggressively. What did you just say? Whose qualification did you say you disqualified? Huh, are you Kushina? Wait, is he Hazuki? The short-haired invigilator hurriedly watched carefully, only to realize that the person wearing the blindfold was actually Hazuki, and the black blindfold affected his judgment. After realizing that this was Hazuki, the invigilator was surprised. He is one of the few people who knows the relationship between Kushina and Hazuki, knowing that Danzo has suffered in front of Hazuki, so he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. That, Lord Hokage has an order. You don't have to take the test, you pass the written test with full marks." The short-haired invigilator hurriedly apologized, thinking that he might attract a super powerful person. He was shaking all over. Advertisement. Passed with full marks. Kushina was stunned, and hurriedly looked at Hazuki. "Brother Hazuki. Looks like something interesting has happened. Let's go and see who is behind the scenes, don't be taken advantage of." Hazuki thought for a while. He thinks a lot. These invigilators are all Hokage people, so naturally they won't make it difficult for him on purpose, so he doesn't know about the exemption, maybe someone is behind the scenes. So Hazuki said lightly, "Kushina is gone, go and see what's going on." Okay. Kushina nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, the short-haired invigilator was in a cold sweat. Exclamation mark. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and the short-haired invigilator slumped weakly on the ground. Why did Hazuki show up? Didn't he say he went straight to the third test? Did no one inform him? The short-haired invigilator spoke with tears in his eyes, with a cry in his voice, and even felt that he had walked away from the brink of death. "I'm so miserable, alas." Below. The genins who took the exam looked at each other, looking at the short-haired invigilator inexplicably, thinking about how such a strong Chunin could be frightened into such a state. This is too abnormal. What's going on? Does that guy named Hazuki have a strong background? I don't know, just ask Konoha's ninja. Several ninjas in the outer village were puzzled and couldn't figure out why, and some even felt it was unfair. Because even if you have a strong background, you should not be exempted from the test, which is too unruly. I don't agree. Why don't you need to participate in the formula for the purpose, and pass it with full marks? An exploding genin suddenly questioned, looking very indignant. Quote. Because he is strong enough, he will close the exam now, and if he dares to say a word, he will be disqualified from the exam. 1. The short-haired invigilator suddenly stood up, with a coldness in his voice. He didn't dare to offend Hazuki, and he didn't dare to offend the ninjas in these small villages. So he went back mercilessly. The afro-haired genin was stunned by the strong attitude of the short-haired invigilator. Advertisement. It's really unfair to be so arrogant to Hazuki, but to be so strong to himself. Exploding in anger, he glared at the short-haired invigilator, and then continued to lower his head for the exam. The heart is good. Namikaze Minato let out a small chuckle, secretly wrote down the person's appearance, and paid attention to this person when preparing for the exam. The short-haired invigilator was also surprised, but genin didn't care too much, instead he was worried. After finally making it to the end of the exam, the short-haired invigilator hurriedly walked out, intending to find out why Hazuki didn't know about the exemption. "Father, where are you going?" A crisp voice came, and genin, a girl with a princess braid, came over and asked suspiciously. "Oh, I accidentally offended that Hazuki, it's a bad time." The short-haired invigilator said. "Li Haojiao, Hazuki-kun. Don't worry, father, Hazuki-kun is a very good person, I won't blame you." Genin, the princess braided girl, said crisply. "How do you know?" "Wait, I remembered. You said you liked a boy before, but it couldn't be him, right?" The short-haired invigilator asked suspiciously. "Where? How? Hazuki-kun is so good, how could I possibly be worthy of him?" Genin, the princess braided, said embarrassedly. But her attitude of the little daughter's family has already betrayed herself. Cough. Actually Hazuki is a good person. If you want to pursue it, I support your luck. Really? Sure. Go. Hazuki didn't know about the father-daughter conversation, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. There are many people who like him, and he has received a lot of love letters, so he can't accept them all. So he didn't care about this, but after sending Makoto and Kushina away, he went to a residence alone. To hide the fact that I was exempted from the test and make me embarrassed, then. Hazuki murmured, came to a large mansion, and jumped in gently. Open black lens bracket 100 close black lens bracket flying thunder god technique. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ta-ta towers. The sound of Hazuki's footsteps echoed in the courtyard of the mansion, and soon he walked to the door of the inner courtyard and gently pushed open the door. Squeak. Walking into the house, Hazuki's eyes under the mask shone slightly, and the scene in the living room was easily known to him, which also made him frown. Are you drinking? After changing his shoes, Hazuki came to the sofa and quietly watched the drunk Tsunade. My little Hazuki is here. Sit down, sit down. Tsunade looked around and saw Hazuki's mask, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she raised her snow-white jade hand and pulled Hazuki onto the sofa. Then, she put her snow lotus-like arm around Hazuki's neck and said boldly, "Come, drink with me, drink with me." Tsunade slowly poured a glass for Hazuki and held it up to pass it to Hazuki. Are you sad? Hazuki's voice sounded like an announcer, but Tsunade's body froze when he heard this. Putting down the glass, the bold Tsunade fell silent, and even lowered his head with reddish eyes, with faint tears dripping down. Pat, pat, pat. In the quiet living room, the sound of tears falling on the floor was so clear that Hazuki frowned. What happened? Ye 537U, do you think I'm very sad? I'm a failure. Tsunade raised her head. Her white face was covered with tears, and her haggard face was particularly eye-catching, and it was also very different from her usual unrestrained personality. Advertisement. It seems that the boldness on the outside is actually covering up the sadness in her heart. Why do you say that? Is it because of the Senju clan? Hazuki said calmly, taking the soft arm from his shoulders away. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Who would have thought that Konoha's big secret has already been known by a kid? Disappointed, Tsunade rested his head on Hazuki's shoulder, as if looking for some comfort. Why do you suddenly think of this? It's already past. Hazuki continued to ask, but his eyes under the mask turned to the coffee table. On the coffee table, a large scroll was opened. This scroll was a bit like the scroll that first Hokage used to carry. A deep sigh came from Tsunade's mouth, and she said in a low voice, I failed again. Failure. Learning first Hokage's wood style. Our second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. Our 100 healings mark. Hazuki continued to ask questions, faintly feeling that Tsunade failed to learn 100 healings mark, because there is no 100 healings mark on her forehead. How do you know so much? Could it be that girl Kushina told you? Tsunade finally regained his senses and looked up at Hazuki suspiciously, with a hint of surprise in his beautiful eyes. I know a lot. Tell me, what kind of ninjutsu do you want to learn? Hazuki continued, still so calm. I want to learn, but unfortunately I can't learn anything, even 100 healings mark can't learn it. Am I ridiculous? Tsunade said disappointedly. Ding. Please choose. 1. Stealing wood style. Reward. 20% increase in stamina. 2. Steal the flying thunder god technique. Reward. 20% increase in mental power. 3. Learn both wood style and flying thunder god, and learn it honestly. Rewards. Blowing snow model into roll template plus a small amount of chakra. The mechanical sound of the system sounded, and Hazuki's mind quickly locked the third item. Among his current templates, the snow-blowing template and the rolling template are actually somewhat repetitive. Compared to Fubuki, the strength of the roll is very terrifying, and the superpower of flying at will and squeezing monsters invisibly is not too handsome. Advertisement. Therefore, Hazuki chose the third option without hesitation. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Beautiful Tsunade, can I see the scroll on the coffee table? In return, I will let you learn certain abilities. Hazuki said lightly. With his sealing skills, it is not difficult to teach Tsunade, and even if he wants, he can purify her blood, so that she can obtain a sage body similar to Senju Hashirama. With the blood potion, it is not difficult to do this. Of course, Hazuki has no plans to give her the potion for the time being, he has his own plan. Stinky brat, call me a beautiful girl again. Tsunade twitched Hazuki's face, glanced curiously at the black blindfold, and sighed. Just look at it. If you can learn from me, CJDH, you will be happy. As for the reward, you don't need it, just let me rely on it for a while. Tsunade said in a loss, resting his head on Hazuki's shoulder again, and closed his eyes silently. Okay. Lean on, I'll look at the scroll first. Hazuki replied, picked up the scroll and started watching. Under the black blindfold, Hazuki's eyes glowed, and he quickly wrote down everything on the scroll and engraved it firmly in his mind. Flying Thunder God technique turned out to be like this. Hazuki secretly analyzed Flying Thunder God, surprised by its replacement of space targets. Actually, this Flying Thunder God is the replacement of space, which is similar to the space scroll for the sealing of items, but one is the space effect on the item, and the other is the use of the space for people. With Hazuki's accomplishments in space scrolls, it is not difficult to use Flying Thunder God, but it is rare in terms of media. In the original book, Namikaze Minato used the shuriken to mark, that is, the Flying Thunder God technique, but Hazuki didn't plan to do it, because it was too rigid. This Flying Thunder God spell can actually be used to mark targets, such as Obito being marked by Namikaze Minato. Now that it can be marked, Hazuki suddenly thinks of an interesting method. Interesting. Very interesting. If it is really successful, then Flying Thunder God will definitely be better. Hazuki was surprised again and again, his left hand quickly nodded, and then slammed on the floor. Summoning technique. Advertisement. Bang. White mist churned, and little Katsuyu appeared on the floor all the time. Lord Hazuki, Lord Tsunade. Little Katsuyu greeted respectfully. However, Tsunade ignored the little Katsuyu and looked at Hazuki with burning eyes. Hazuki, why don't you use blood for your summoning? Tsunade was surprised, it was the first time she had seen this kind of summoning without blood. It's just an improvement on summoning, I'll talk about it later. Hazuki ignored the surprise in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, and quickly marked the Flying Thunder God spell on Katsuyu. Success or failure is here. Hazuki took a deep breath and used the Katsuyu space conversion technique with a hint of excitement to transfer Katsuyu to a small lake outside the village. What are you doing? Tsunade asked suspiciously, and although she asked Hazuki to learn the contents of the scroll, she didn't hold out much hope. Because the ninjutsu in the scroll is very difficult to learn, like her, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the high-level people have also tried to practice, but unfortunately they all failed. Later, after selecting countless teenagers in Konoha, I finally discovered the genius of Namikaze Minato, which is why Konoha attaches great importance to Namikaze Minato. But Tsunade looked at Hazuki's state, and suddenly a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. No. No, 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 no way. Tsunade shook his head and looked at Hazuki in disbelief, his two little white hands clenched into fists, feeling that something incredible was about to happen. Then let's go. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. There were ripples in the air. Tsunade looked at the empty sofa, her beautiful eyes suddenly rounded. Flying Thunder God technique. Hazuki actually succeeded. How is this possible? Open black lens bracket 101 close black lens bracket betting. Arrow underscore back underscore iOS underscore new previous chapter next chapter arrow underscore forward underscore iOS. Advertisement. Tsunade was really surprised this time. She never thought that Hazuki would learn Flying Thunder God. The key point is that Hazuki only took a short time to learn. But Hazuki actually used Katsuyu's space transformation, a more random ability, as a means. It's amazing. It's incredible. Hazuki, you've really made it. Really made it. Tsunade took a deep breath. The surprise in his beautiful eyes could not be concealed, and the whole person lost the slightest bit of drunkenness. As the owner of Katsuyu, she is very aware of the role of Katsuyu space conversion, the ability of this ability, that is, the space ability that can transmit Katsuyu to all parts of the world. She has used the Katsuyu space transformation technique many times to send Katsuyu around the world, for use in battle. This ability of random transmission can be said to be very convenient. And Hazuki marked the Flying Thunder God technique on Katsuyu, so he could do whatever he wanted and make Katsuyu appear anywhere. Then, Hazuki can appear anywhere at the same time, which is simply too powerful. Hoo-hoo. Take a deep breath, I have to calm down, this time something really happened. Tsunade's mood is already a little unstable, because she knows the role of Katsuyu too well. As a soft summoning beast, Katsuyu is almost immune to physical damage, and can split, heal, share vision, teleport chakra, and breathe corrosive acid. It can be said that Katsuyu's role is simply an absolute auxiliary artifact, and Hazuki has brought Katsuyu's auxiliary role to the ultimate. If on the battlefield, everyone carries a small Katsuyu, then Hazuki will become a war machine on the battlefield, a super healer, a super supporter, an absolute ruler, and even turn the whole battle situation by himself. This kid is too strong. Ha ha ha. Wait, I can't let others know about this. I have to protect Hazuki, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Tsunade pondered. She felt that Hazuki was still young, and even though there were many chakras, there was still a little gap compared to those of the strongest. If a fight does occur, Hazuki's flying thunder god probably won't be used many times. So, she decided to protect Hazuki well, until Hazuki really grew up. Advertisement. It would be great if he could learn 100 Healings Mark, but unfortunately 100 Healings Mark can only be used by women. By the way, grandfather's sage mode, if I teach him this, maybe he can learn it in a few years. 1. Tsunade said, and decided to wait for Hazuki to come back and teach Hazuki the sage mode of Senju Hashirama, this super secret technique, which she only remembered in her mind, and no one told him. But today, she decided to teach him without reservation. Stinky brat, it's cheaper for you. Tsunade said happily, his originally depressed mood completely improved, and he even hummed a song. But she didn't know, she was worried that Hazuki, who was less of chakra, was flashing rapidly in the ninja world, and the whole person roamed freely in the ninja world. Whoosh whoosh. Katsuyu keeps appearing all over the world, and Hazuki appears at the same time, not caring about chakra consumption. No way. His chakra is so scary that he doesn't care about consumption. This is also the reason why he didn't pay much attention to chakra when he chose at the god level. Whoosh. Another flickering. Hazuki stood quietly on the edge of a certain beach, looking at the blue sea, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. This world uses space very extensively. Space scrolls, summoning techniques, and space ninjutsu are all very good abilities. It seems that the space barriers in this world are relatively easy to break. Hazuki said, but his consciousness was locked in a certain position in the sea. The person swimming in the water should be a ninja. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Hazuki muttered, and the figure disappeared instantly. Wow. A small head appeared in the sea, and a beautiful woman showed her head. She looked around suspiciously, but she didn't see anyone. Strange, how can I hear someone talking? Forget it. Don't swim here, I always feel as if someone was peeking at me. The woman left quickly, leaving only the sea in the warm wind. Advertisement. Konoha Village, the living room of Tsunade's house. Tsunade, who was emotionally unstable, was recalling the information in his mind and preparing to teach Hazuki the sage mode. Although she has not learned this pattern, she knows how to practice. She used to think that no one could learn this pattern in her life, but after seeing Hazuki's miraculous performance, she felt a little hope in her heart. Don't let me down, Hazuki. Tsunade murmured, blinking his beautiful eyes. Whoosh. Ripples appeared in the air, and Hazuki instantly appeared beside Tsunade. What doesn't disappoint you? Hazuki returned to the sofa and asked in confusion. Huh, why didn't I see you using Katsuyu? Tsunade wondered. Without teleporting Katsuyu first, there would be no positioning, and it was impossible to teleport back. For flowers. But the Hazuki in front of her had actually appeared, which puzzled her. You mean the flying thunder god spell? On your arm. Hazuki explained with a smile, his voice still indifferent, but the meaning of the words echoed in Tsunade's ears like thunder. Arm. When? Tsunade was shocked. She was a powerful ninja, and even when she was drinking, she was not easily approached by others. Not to mention, God unknowingly left the flying thunder god technique on her arm. The result really shocked her. Stupid woman, you don't even know the flying thunder god technique that was left behind. You should drink less in the future. Hazuki said lightly. Drinks sake. Advertisement. Tsunade Yaoyao has a small head, and there is still suspicion in his eyes, and he can't remember when the flying thunder god mark was imposed. Hazuki changed the subject. By the way, I have a very powerful ability to teach you, but this ability is difficult to learn, and it is up to you whether you can learn it or not. Tsunade said, suddenly feeling a little fun. This sage mode is very very difficult to learn. At the beginning, no one as powerful as Senju Tobirama could learn Sage Mode, and she and her younger brother also failed to learn it. From here, we can see how difficult Sage Mode is. And her cold disciple, Hazuki, can be said to be arrogant from the bottom of her heart, especially her indifferent attitude, which always evokes Tsunade's heart. She really wanted to beat this disciple through this ninjutsu, and see how cute Hazuki was deflated. So, there was anticipation in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, and a good-looking smile evoked the corners of his lips, ready to attack this cold and arrogant kid. Ahem, Hazuki, how about we make a bet? Bet. You who lose 9 out of 10 bets, do you think there is hope? Hazuki's voice contained a hint of ridicule. Do you even know this? Tsunade is big, and feels that his dignity as a teacher has disappeared, but he still bites the bullet and says, "Don't you dare to bet with me." What a bet. Hey, I teach you a powerful ability. If you can learn it within 5 years, you will win. If you can't learn it, then you will be my servant for a month. Tsunade laughed, feeling that it was very fun to have the cold and arrogant Hazuki as a servant. G. 102, I lost. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Servant. It seems to be interesting. Let's talk about the powerful ability. I would like to hear what it is. Hazuki smiled. It was left by my grandfather, called Sage Mode, and so far only my grandfather first Hokage can use it, and no one else has learned it. Tsunade spoke confidently, and when she mentioned first Hokage, there was a strong confidence in her beautiful eyes. But she didn't notice that Hazuki's god was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared. You say, bet I learn this ability in 5 years. If I don't learn it, I have to be your servant for a month. If I learn it, you will be my servant, right? 1. Hazuki said with a half smile, his eyes behind the black blindfolds gleaming slightly. Yes, but 5 years may be too strict, so, 6 years, I'll give you 6 years. Tsunade didn't want to embarrass this precious disciple too much, so she gave her time a little more grace, but she had absolute confidence that, 5 Sanchi, Hazuki couldn't learn Sage Mode. After all, second Hokage Senju Tobirama is so powerful, and the masters who have developed a lot of ninjutsu have not been able to learn this Sage Mode. From this, we can see how difficult this mode is. Like her Tsunade, she studied at a young age, but she has no clue until now. Therefore, she looked at Hazuki confidently, with a hint of teasing in her voice. How? Do you want to bet? If you win, I can give you a massage. 1. Okay. Hazuki nodded. You said yes. When Tsunade heard Hazuki's straightforward answer, God was taken aback for a moment, and then he had a bad premonition. But thinking of the extremely difficult Sage Mode, she breathed a sigh of relief. That's for sure, you can't be fooled if you lose. Advertisement. After Tsunade finished speaking, she smiled instantly at the thought of Gao Lengfan's Hazuki wearing a small apron to cook for herself and then massaging herself like a little servant. What a smirk. Tell me the way of practicing Sage Mode. Hazuki spoke as calmly as possible, not letting himself laugh out loud. Okay. You are close to me, you can't tell others about this ability, only you and I know it. Tsunade reminded seriously. When the words fell, she approached Hazuki's ear and began to describe the method of Sage Mode. Because she was worried that the partition would have ears, she spoke in a low voice and kept her voice as low as possible. This also caused her to lean on Hazuki very close, even close to each other. During this process, Hazuki remained silent all the time, but felt that his ears were itchy, and there was a hint of warm air constantly lingering around his ears, which was obviously Tsunade's breath. After a while, the two separated. Only then did Tsunade realize that the two were getting closer. Her pretty face blushed slightly, but she was quickly attracted by the bed again, and then looked at Hazuki with a smile. My little Hazuki, you have to work hard and try to learn Sage Mode within 6 years. I know this is very difficult for you, but you have to believe that as long as you have the heart, you can succeed. Tsunade kept talking, deliberately encouraging with a teacher's gesture, but after a few seconds she stopped. Because she saw the face pattern on Hazuki's face, it was the face of a fairy, and it was also a sign of entering Sage Mode. Such a scene directly stunned Tsunade, and Mei's eyes widened, and the whole person fell into shock. Shion. Shanran mask. You actually entered Sage Mode. It's impossible, I've only said it for a minute, and you've learned it. Tsunade was dumbfounded, his whole body was shaking, and his heart was beating wildly. Wait, let me be quiet, I'll be a little quieter. Tsunade's small white hands rubbed his forehead, his whole body became a little unstable, and his heart was even more turbulent. 1 minute, she just finished teaching Hazuki less than a minute, but in such a short time, Hazuki actually learned. Yes, it was so easy to learn, so fast that she doubted her life. Advertisement. You lost. Hazuki said lightly, looking at Tsunade. Losing to me, I admit, but it's not about losing or losing, it's Sage Mode, my god, my god. 1. Tsunade's thoughts were completely out of control, especially looking at Hazuki's indifferent and calm attitude. Tsunade covered his small head with his hands, and was about to collapse. No, I have to be quiet, I have to be quiet, damn, I can't be quiet, you actually learned Sage Mode in 1 minute, 1 minute. Tsunade was about to cry, and there were even tears in his eyes. She was both excited about Hazuki's success and frustrated that she had learned so many years and had no clue. Her complicated heart made her a little difficult, so she could only rest her head on Hazuki's shoulder again, seeking comfort. My little Hazuki, leave me alone, I must be quiet. Hazuki did not refuse, but looked at her with a smile, thinking about how to make her his servant for the next month. After a while, Tsunade just recovered from the doubts about life just now, and then looked at Hazuki with complicated eyes. Hazuki, you are so good. Tsunade raised his right arm and lightly modeled the facial lines on Hazuki's forehead. The god became more and more complicated. Grandfather's ability has been passed down this time, and will not be buried because of it, but she is extremely sad and ashamed of her stupidity. Hazuki, you are really good. Well, I know, you just said it again, I was thinking, should I let you massage my arms for me? Hazuki said. Massage the arm. You brat. Tsunade shook her head, thinking that her grandfather's ability was finally no longer buried. She also had a thing on her mind, so even when she heard Hazuki's words, she did not reject it. Advertisement. He even took the initiative to pull up Hazuki's right hand and gently massage him. Okay, stop. Hazuki could feel Tsunade's frustration. He didn't bother to bully Tsunade in this state, but patted Tsunade on the back and said, don't be too sad. Well, I know, but thinking that I haven't been able to learn even the most basic seals makes me feel bad. Hazuki, am I a failure? Tsunade asked in awe. Seal. I haven't studied this kind of woman's ability, but it's a seal technique. I can try to improve it for you and make it simpler. Hazuki said. Improved. Simple words. You say you can improve the seal. Tsunade looked at Hazuki with beautiful eyes, and the whole person came to the spirit again. Yes, the seal is to store the chakra in the body. To put it simply, it is the sealing technique of storing the chakra. 1. The reason why it's called a seal is just a layer of shackles for women. Hazuki said that it was very simple to analyze the principle of the seal, and 3.7 Tsunade was taken aback for a while. Then what do you mean? As long as this layer of shackles is removed, anyone can use it. Tsunade asked uncertainly. Yes, but the sealing technique needs to be perfected. This is not a difficult problem, and the improvement can be completed in a day or two. Hazuki Kaido. Just a day or two. Tsunade was dumbfounded, feeling that his worldview was impacted, and he even thought that this disciple was outrageous. She has studied the seal for so many years without being a master, but this disciple actually said that it is enough for a day or two, and the key is to improve it, which is really shocking. But she believed it, because the sage mode just now was enough to prove Hazuki's extraordinariness, but she still asked stupidly. Really? Can it really be improved? If you can help me improve and simplify, I'll give you a massage once a day. Massage. I can, but I have a condition. Hazuki said suddenly. Advertisement. 103, changed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Conditions. What conditions? Tsunade's face was tense, and his beautiful eyes were flickering, as if he was a little worried that Hazuki made too many conditions. But her little head twitched, wondering if Hazuki should refuse if Hazuki made too much of an offer. After all, she couldn't bear to refuse such a good disciple, not to mention that this disciple had saved her life, but if the conditions were too excessive, she would be a little embarrassed. So she fell into a tangle, pursing her lower lip, not knowing how to choose. And while she was thinking, Hazuki finally made his offer. Very easy. Let me draw some blood from you. Hazuki said softly. Blood. Is it that simple? Tsunade was stunned. She thought Hazuki's conditions were excessive, but it was so simple, which surprised her. But she quickly realized that this was an excuse that Hazuki wanted to help her, and she was immediately moved. This Hazuki, I still don't want to admit it, just like the last detonation talisman, he gave me the precious detonation talisman lightly, without taking any credit at all. Tsunade was both helpless and moved. She put her small hand on Hazuki 29's side face, and couldn't help but tug at it again. Okay. I agree to all the conditions you said, but I have something to do before that. What's up? Hazuki wondered, and before he could finish speaking, he found himself being embraced by Tsunade. Hey, what are you doing? Do you know it's a little boring? Hazuki was helpless, but he was hugged by this stupid woman after he offered a bloody condition, and he didn't know what she was doing wrong. The key is that he is a man, and it would be a shame to let a woman hold him in his arms, so his face was a little dark. Haha. Tsunade was amused when he saw Hazuki's stern face. Advertisement. It was rare to see Hazuki deflated, so she hugged him for a while longer to see Hazuki's depressed appearance. You stupid woman. Hazuki replied speechlessly, and gradually got out of Tsunade's arms, then said with a stern face. Tell me the cultivation method of the seal, and I will help you improve it. It is good. Tsunade hurriedly ran to the bedroom, brought a small and neat scroll, and pulled it away. Here, by the way Hazuki, why are you wearing a blindfold? I'll talk about it later. Don't worry, it won't affect my sight. 1. Hazuki did not say much, but carefully observed the small scroll, and quickly understood the principle of the seal in the scroll. Just as he imagined, this is a sealing technique for storing chakra. The structure is a bit whimsical, but unfortunately the application is a bit superficial. The structure is too bloated and rough, so that the seal that everyone can use can only be used by women. I can complete this improvement in an hour and give me a quiet room. 1. Hazuki commanded without raising his head, his voice still so calm. But Tsunade was shocked by this sentence. The seal passed down by the ancestors, Hazuki can improve it in an hour, can we stop hitting people like this? Shocked and dazed, Tsunade pointed blankly to his room. That's my room over there, you can go inside and study. It is good. Hazuki nodded, walked into Tsunade's boudoir without hesitation, and found the clothes on the tatami. This stupid woman. Hazuki shook his head speechlessly, and came to the desk to carefully improve the seal. But Tsunade from the outside world was dumbfounded. She was in shock just now, and she forgot what was placed in her room. Now that she thinks of it, her entire face blushed. Advertisement. I'm so stupid. Tsunade was in a dilemma, not sure if he should go into the house, but if he did, it would definitely make the atmosphere even more awkward. Have no choice. Tsunade could only bite the bullet and wait, but it was rare, and there was a hint of a little daughter's home in her deity. Time, in Tsunade, passed like the middle of the year, and soon half an hour passed. An anxious Tsunade thought that he would have to wait another half an hour, but he did not expect that the door of the house would be opened at this time, and then Hazuki walked out with a smile. Hey, it's changed, try it out. Hazuki came to Tsunade, tossed the small scroll to her, and sat back on the sofa again. So fast. Tsunade was stunned, watching carefully with the small scroll. It didn't matter, the whole person became serious. You actually even marked the steps and precautions of cultivation. Wait, this step turned out to be like this. I took the wrong path before. It was like this, it was like this. Tsunade murmured, and finally made new progress according to the practice steps, plus the experience of practicing for many years, and soon, a diamond-shaped mark condensed on her forehead. Seal. Practice is complete. I made it. Great, really great, Hazuki, thank you. 1. Tsunade was so happy that he became so excited that he even put his snow-white arm on Hazuki's shoulder and insisted on drinking together. Snapped. Hazuki slapped Tsunade's arm off again. God said indifferently. I'll leave if I have nothing to do. Don't drink and make mistakes next time. You didn't notify me about the exemption. I really deserve to fight. Exemption. Ahaha. Accident. I forgot about it. Tsunade smiled awkwardly and forgot about it, but seeing Hazuki's cold state, she couldn't help but want to tease again. Advertisement. Hazuki, do you want me to give you a massage? No, I'll collect some blood from you first, and I'll come back tomorrow to cook for me. Hazuki said with a stern face. This woman always hugs him when he has nothing to do, making him lose face, and now he must be angry with this woman. Let her cook for himself, be a servant, and punish her well. Okay. Don't worry, my cooking skills are also good, although not as good as your super chef, but I also have my own skills. 1. Tsunade smiled confidently, not worried about cooking. So confident. Then I've really seen it. Hazuki said with a hint of curiosity. Okay. Remember to come early tomorrow. Hazuki nodded, quickly collected Tsunade's blood, and disappeared into the living room. Only Tsunade was left with a happy smile. Finally repaired the seal. My little Hazuki, I must thank you this time. Tsunade said that she had lost her family and all her elders, leaving only the loneliness of her and her younger brother, but because of the existence of Hazuki, it completely disappeared. Even the frustration caused by not learning this seal for a long time has completely disappeared because of Hazuki, replaced by confidence and joy. Happy, she walked out of the house humming a song, ready to collect all kinds of materials and prepare for tomorrow's food. On the front line of the Kingdom of Rain, Konoha Station troops. Orochimaru, the head of the garrison, frowned, thinking about the situation in the Land of Rain. He has been very strange these days. He doesn't understand why the mighty Hanzo of the Salamander does not fight, but only lets his subordinates fight, which is very strange. Obviously they have the strength to suppress them and can repel them, but the other party just doesn't fight. The newspaper department is investigating this matter in depth, and there should be news soon. Orochimaru muttered to himself, always feeling that something was wrong. Advertisement. 104, it turned out to be him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Earlier, I received information from Konoha that Hanzo of the Salamander intercepted Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although it failed, it also successfully prevented Konoha's reinforcements. Normally, Hanzo should pursue the victory at this moment and attack Konoha's frontline army. But the other party never took the initiative to fight, even if Konoha provoked, the other party just let the subordinates challenge. Could it be that the special detonating talisman injured Hanzo? That's not right. According to Jiraiya's analysis, although the explosive power is not small, it can only block Hanzo's pace at most. Orochimaru muttered, always feeling strange. They have also estimated the strength of Hanzo. The strength is very strong, and it is not a role that is easy to deal with. But it was very strange that the other party could not avoid the battle. Orochimaru was full of doubts, so he could only wait for the intelligence department to find out the matter as soon as possible. Hanzo of the Salamander Barracks. The bandaged Hanzo was silent, quietly listening to the reports of his subordinates. Lord Hanzo, the result of the investigation is like this: that kind of detonating talisman contains special energy, which is very powerful, so you must be careful. I see, let's go. Hanzo of the Salamander waved his hand. Yes, Hanzo-sama. Whoosh. Hanzo of the Salamander watched his subordinates leave. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, his hair was almost burnt out, and he looked particularly hideous. Damn Konoha. He used that terrible trap to assassinate me. Hateful, hateful, hateful. Hanzo of the Salamander said angrily, saying 3 hateful words in a row, which was enough to prove how angry he was, but he also had lingering fears about that kind of detonating charm. It's time to make a choice. Picking up the cane next to him, Hanzo of the Salamander limped to the inner hall, and soon came to a huge basement. Then he saw the unconscious Sanjiao fish wrapped in bandages in the basement. It's your fault this time. Hanzo Momo, who was in a coma, clenched his fists tightly when he thought of the terrifying explosion. Konoha's provocations are becoming more and more frequent. It seems that we can only withdraw troops and return to the village to stand firm. After Hanzo finished speaking, he sighed and turned away. On the front line of the Kingdom of Rain, Konoha Station troops. Advertisement. Orochimaru was looking at the battle map, thinking about the reason why Hanzo avoided the battle, but he still couldn't figure it out. Whoosh whoosh. Lord Orochimaru, the Rain country has withdrawn. 2 Konoha shinobi men suddenly appeared and saluted respectfully. What did you say? The Kingdom of Rain has withdrawn its troops. Orochimaru was stunned, his brows furrowed immediately, and the doubts in his heart became even heavier. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the Kingdom of Rain has fully withdrawn its troops, and it seems that he intends to return to the village to avoid the war. Returning to the village to avoid the war. That's not right. With Hanzo there, they have always been in an advantageous state, but why is this happening? Could it be that there is a situation that I don't know about? Send an order, and immediately order the intelligence department to clarify this matter at all costs. Yes. Whizzing. Orochimaru watched his subordinates leave, and he murmured, "Why do I always think that Hanzo is running away? But this is impossible, Jiraiya's information is not wrong." Orochimaru was puzzled, picked up the information and read it again. The intelligence said that Hanzo and the others were blocked, and the specific casualties are unknown, but depending on the scale of the explosion, it has little impact on Hanzo's level of masters. What is going on? Orochimaru felt a little pain in his brain. Since the explosion, he felt that the situation had become confusing and completely unpredictable. It seems that we can only hold on. Even if Hanzo is really injured, it is not suitable for battle. Konoha's enemies are still several major countries. Orochimaru said, and chose to continue to wait. This wait is a few hours. In the afternoon, the sun is shining, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Orochimaru's mood was not calm. He looked at the bloody information in his hand, and his eyes widened. Hanzo was seriously injured, the Sancho fish was in a coma, the Kingdom of Rain was completely huddled in the village, and he completely chose to avoid the battle. This. Orochimaru took a deep breath, a cold boy's face appeared in his mind, and the boy named Hazuki appeared. According to the information, this detonating talisman was made by Hazuki, and the detonating talisman that can seriously injure Hanzo can definitely become a weapon on the battlefield. This kid, once again beyond my expectations, seems to be looking for a chance to meet him and study why he is so good. Orochimaru said, with a gleam of searching in his eyes, but soon he frowned again. No, since Hazuki gave Tsunade the detonating talisman, it is enough to prove that he still has the detonating talisman. If I really provoke him, wouldn't I be seriously injured by the explosion? Advertisement. Orochimaru was stunned, and suddenly there was a sense of absurdity in his heart, that the little devil who used to need at will, could seriously injure him. Such growth made him a little unbelievable. No, my current strength will lose against Hanzo, and Hanzo can be seriously injured by bombing, so wouldn't I be even more dangerous? Orochimaru murmured, a little unwilling to believe all this, but the fact was in front of him, and he could only believe it. Forget it. This kid is a bit mysterious. I'll try to learn the 2 techniques in the Forbidden Technique scroll first. As Orochimaru said, he quickly wrote the information, and sent the good news of the Rain Country's retreat and Hazuki's credit to Konoha through expedited transmission. This expedited method is very fast, and it is transmitted back to the Konoha Intelligence Department almost instantly, and then Orochimaru will also have some credit. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kato Dan in the office and felt a headache. Lord Hokage, I firmly oppose Hyuga Hazuki's exemption from taking the Chunin exam, which is very unfair. Also, Hyuga Hazuki is not suitable for being a ninja. He has such a lazy personality, it is better to be a carefree commoner. I recommend that he be disqualified from the exam. Kato Dan spoke loudly, objected righteously, and looked very serious. Kato, Hazuki only took the first and second exams. He played in the third official match, and he did not exempt from the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained earnestly and was as kind as possible. That doesn't work either. Other candidates are serious exams, why should he be exempted from the exam? Kato Dan retorted again. Hazuki is different, you will see his excellence later. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to explain with a frown. He's different. He doesn't listen to orders, has a lazy temperament, and plays with women. He's not fit to be a ninja at all. 1. Moreover, what if he is excellent? He has no merit. No merit, why should he enjoy the exemption from the test? Kato Dan said without giving an inch, his attitude became more and more tough. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon hearing his words. The door to Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and the intelligence chief rushed in. Lord Hokage, great news, the Kingdom of Rain has withdrawn its troops. Quote. Withdraw the troops. Didn't they ask for reinforcements? Why did they withdraw all of a sudden? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, unable to figure out the reason. It's because Hanzo of the Salamander was seriously injured, and his Sanjiao fish was also unconscious. Without the high-level combat power, they could only avoid the battle. 1. Advertisement. The intelligence unit commander said in surprise, and quickly handed a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could there be such a thing? Who was so powerful that he could seriously injure him? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled, and hurriedly picked up the document and read it carefully. Quite a while. Good. I didn't expect it to be him. I didn't expect it to be him, ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Lord Hokage, I've heard of the fame of Hanzo of the Salamander, who is so powerful that he could seriously injure him. Kato Dan asked curiously. You can see for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kato Dan and threw the document over with a smile. Kato Dan didn't think much, picked up the document and watched it carefully. But it didn't matter when he saw it, his eyes suddenly widened. What? Hyuga Hazuki? How is this possible? Kato Dan was stunned, looking at the document in disbelief, his eyes full of astonishment. He watched it carefully in disbelief. After watching it 3 times, he finally believed it. At the same time, he felt a burning pain on his face. He just said that Hazuki had no merit in the front foot and was not qualified to be exempted from the exam, but the merit of the back foot came, and it was still a great achievement. This face was beaten, and it was too f***ing painful. The key people, Hazuki, don't know about this, maybe where he is playing with women. This kind of result makes Kato Dan cry without tears. He handed the document back depressed, crying and not knowing what to say. Okay. You go to the front to help Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. It's Hokage-sama. Kato Dan bowed and left with a gloomy mood. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home laboratory. Hazuki, who was wearing a white coat and white gloves, was taking a tube of medicine while feeling the warm current in his body. The eyes are getting better and better. It seems that the second ability is about to be awakened. I don't know what it will be. Is it Tenseigion's ability? Or other abilities? 1. Hazuki murmured, always thinking that it might be the ability of the Uchiha family. After all, among the potions he took, Makoto's blood was the most purified potion. I'm really looking forward to it. Hazuki said, picked up another bottle of potion, and took it down the jar without hesitation. Open black lens bracket 105 close black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki, who had just taken the medicine, was stunned for a moment, and clearly felt that the warm current in his body was different from before. The warm currents in the past always disappeared for a while, but this time it lasted for so long, and the blood vessels in the body were constantly rolling, as if activated, constantly boiling. Not enough. A little bit more. Hazuki quickly picked up 2 more bottles of potions and drank them again without hesitation. But he didn't expect that after taking this medicine, it would frantically boil like water was poured into an oil pan. At the same time, the various blood vessels in his body began to condense, stir, and cheer, as if celebrating the birth of something. Damn, why does the left eye hurt so much? Hazuki suddenly covered his left eye. The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow was enough to make people faint. But Hazuki didn't want to faint, he wanted to feel the changes in his eyes carefully and understand the birth of power. So, he endured the severe pain, slowly took off the blindfold, opened his eyes at the same time, and quietly watched the changes in his eyes in the mirror. His right eye did not change, it was still white with blue radiance. But the left eye is changing, constantly condensing red light, and a faint pattern is taking shape. Like the sound of a bee flapping its wings, Hazuki's left eye pupil spun rapidly, and blood slowly flowed from the frame of his left eye. 540 He closed his eyes abruptly, his left hand protecting his eyes and staying still. Advertisement. Quite a while. He removed his left hand and slowly opened his eyes. A bloody and demonic Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed in his left eye, striking like a blood-red gem, with a certain soul-stirring brilliance. It's actually reached this level. Could it be that the bloodline of the Senju clan has such a large increase in the bloodline of Uchiha? Hazuki looked at Mangekyo in the mirror in disbelief, looking at those handsome pupils, he was delighted, and at the same time, he was also meditating. In the original book, Sharingan evolved into Rinnegan after Uchiha Madara got Senju Hashirama's cells. And my medicine is a blood medicine that is more advanced than cells, and the strength of the increase will be even more terrifying. 1. Hazuki vaguely understood that he, an outsider, could suddenly awaken Mangekyo from a state of having nothing, which is enough to prove the tyranny of the blood medicine. Of course, this was just one of them. Hazuki felt vaguely that this might be an increase after the fusion of various bloodlines. After all, he had taken a lot of potions before, and now he was taking blood potions purified from Tsunade's blood. After this series of condensation, he finally reached a critical point. CJDH. That's how we got the current scene, which is the Mangekyo Sharingan in the left eye. No matter what, it's successful anyway. The next step is to feel Mangekyo's ability. Hazuki took a deep breath and closed his eyes again to feel the Mangekyo in his left eye. But when he closed his eyes, he immediately opened them again, and then closed them again. After repeating this 3 times, Hazuki fell silent. It turns out that the ability is this, it seems. It seems that something has happened. 1. Hazuki was moved for the first time. Even the last time he awakened the big stone statue, he was not so moved, but now he is completely restless. Why is it such an ability? Sharingan is also called the pupil of spiritual portrayal. Am I longing for a world? Advertisement. Hazuki said with burning eyes. The whole person disappeared in a circle of ripples. When he appeared again, he had come to another time and space, a world that belonged to him alone. Earth, air, unknown light source, comfortable temperature, vast space. Everything has proved that this is a livable world. This world is completely different from Obito and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although their world can also allow humans to stay for a short time, it is completely inferior to Hazuki's world in terms of habitation. Their world is more about fighting and storage, while Hazuki's world is more about living. The focus of the two sides is different, but Hazuki likes his own world more, and maybe this is the reason why he can wake up. What a beautiful world. What an unexpected world. No wonder my Mangekyo is very similar to Obito's. It turns out that what we have awakened is the world. Hazuki said, walking step by step on the vast land. Feeling the joy emerging from his heart, Hazuki slowly opened his arms as if to embrace the world. It's a beautiful life, and I also have the ability to teleport to different locations at will. The ninja world will be my back garden. 1. Hazuki said, and the ripples like water ripples appeared again, and he disappeared in the next second. Laboratory. Hazuki returned. He gently wiped the bloodline from his face, put on the blindfold again, and walked out of the lab with a happy smile on his lips. Today's harvest was too great, and he was in a good mood, so he decided to hug Makoto, and taste the food she made for himself. The transformation of the bloodline is not over yet. As long as I continue to take the medicine, the right eye will definitely change. I just don't know what kind of change it will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Hazuki was eager to try again, wishing to go back and continue to refine the blood, but the blood was not enough and needed to be recollected. Such as Makoto's blood, Kushina's blood, and most importantly Tsunade's blood, she needs it most. Tomorrow. Visit her tomorrow to collect blood again, and thank her by the way. If it weren't for her, maybe I wouldn't have such a terrifying harvest. Advertisement. With joy, Hazuki came to the living room and, sniffing the scent from the kitchen, he stepped into the kitchen. Soon I saw that Makoto was wearing a cartoon apron, busy cooking, and his delicate body was more and more budding. Hazuki took a few steps forward and hugged Makoto gently. Yeah, Makoto was taken aback by Hazuki's embrace, and when she found out it was Hazuki, she patted Hazuki's days. Hazuki bro, don't make trouble, just go outside, it'll be fine in a while. No, I just want to hold you. Hazuki didn't let go, but continued to hug her, even holding her in a circle. Brother Hazuki, stop making trouble, be good. Makoto had no choice but to coax Hazuki. Kiss me twice and I'll spare you. Hazuki continued, turning Makoto back and looking into her eyes. You. Makoto had no choice but to stand on tiptoe and lightly kiss Hazuki's profile twice. Is that okay? Makoto said sheepishly. Not enough. Kiss a few more times. Forget it, let me kiss you. Hazuki put his arms around Makoto's small waist, kissed her lips a few times quickly, then turned and left with a big laugh. In place, only Makoto shook his head helplessly. I really can't help you. Makoto gave Hazuki a sullen look and hurried back to cooking again. Hazuki, who walked into the living room, was greeted by Kushina's beautiful eyes and her cute look. It seemed she was jealous. 106 hit people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Brother Hazuki is unfair. Kushina muttered in a soft voice. Huh, what's not fair? Hazuki said with a smile, sitting back on the sofa. No. Nothing. Kushina lowered her head, she couldn't say that she would kiss her. This kind of thing, she is a girl saying what to say, so she can only bury it in her heart. Come and sit next to me. 1. Hazuki beckoned and motioned for Kushina to sit next to him. Okay. Kushina stepped on the little cartoon slippers, hurriedly came to sit next to Hazuki, and asked curiously, what happened to brother Hazuki? Hey, massage. Hazuki put his left hand in her small hand, tilde operator motioning for a massage. Okay. Kushina nodded hurriedly, slender jade fingers slid back and forth on Hazuki's arm, and her lovely big eyes turned into crescent moons. But she pressed for a while, and suddenly sniffed around Hazuki, finally locking on Hazuki's blindfold. What's wrong? Hazuki asked. It smells of blood. Hazuki brother, are your eyes all right? 1. Kushina blinked her big eyes with concern, her snow-white little hand clasped Hazuki's big hand, and the strength of that hand was enough to prove her nervousness and worry. It's okay. It's just that there is new progress, which is a great good thing. Mentioning his own eyes, Hazuki remembered the world he had, and his mood instantly cheered up. He even raised his big hand and tugged at Kushina's small face. Advertisement. Brother Hazuki. Kushina has a little chilly, and the first time she was slapped in the face like this, she almost wanted to bite. But it was Hazuki who grabbed her. She was reluctant to bite, so she could only pretend to be angry, but there was still joy in her big eyes, and she seemed to like interacting with Hazuki like this. The two were playing around for a while, and Kushina seemed to have thought of something and asked. Brother Hazuki, are you taking blood today? Probably not enough. Well, we will collect blood later, and we will continue the experiment today. In the past 2 days, you will collect more supplies, various plant seeds, and building materials. Hazuki said, thinking about how to take care of his own world. Although the vast space is not as big as the ninja world, it definitely exceeds the sum of the 5 countries. Such a huge space is enough to be called a small world, and it can accommodate many, many people, but there are no plants in this small world, and the bare ones need to be managed properly. It would be very troublesome for me to run a small world by myself, should I put Makoto and the others into the small world too? Hazuki said secretly, thinking about whether he should do it or not. Let's wait. The small world is still expanding a little bit, and the size is not fixed. Let's decide when it is completely safe. After Hazuki made a decision, he quickly wrote down the purchased materials and taught them to Kushina. He has a lot of money now, enough to buy these materials, the really high value Hazuki will find a way. In addition, animals, fish, water sources and the like must also be considered. In short, taking care of a world is not something that can be done easily, and it takes a long time to operate. It seems to be more and more fun. It belongs to my world alone, and it makes me feel even thinking about it. Hazuki was in a good mood, and rarely played with Kushina for a while. After the meal, Hazuki finished extracting blood and returned to the laboratory again. He wants to extract blood all night, and strive to awaken more abilities as soon as possible. In the early morning, all sounds are silent, the rising sun rises from the horizon, lifts the curtain of darkness, and a new day comes. The Konoha village soon became lively, and people walked out of the village amid the chatter, preparing to watch the second Chunin exam. But there was one person who was leisurely leaning on the big sofa, yawning and looking at Tsunade next to him. Advertisement. What's the matter with calling me so early? Don't be in such a hurry if you want to give me a massage, right? Hazuki said calmly, his originally fair skin turned even whiter. Hazuki, why do I think your skin is getting better? So fair. Tsunade tugged at Hazuki's face and looked at him suspiciously. Snapped. Don't grab my face, stupid woman. Hazuki silently slapped Tsunade's little hand off and took a closer look at the skin on his arm. He was also a little helpless. After a night of frantic refining, he obtained a lot of potions, and then drank them all at once. Maybe it really reached a certain saturation level. After drinking a lot of potions, his appearance finally changed a little bit, and he became more like Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although the change was small, the skin was fairer, but Hazuki knew that this was the trend of the evolution of the Otsutsuki clan. I believe that it will not be long before he will completely transform, complete the tasks delivered by the system, and at the same time awaken various magical abilities in the process. Last night, he discovered a very interesting thing during the experiment, that is, the Otsutsuki clan actually has a level, which is a level of blood. For flowers. And if he transformed into the Otsutsuki clan and continued to use the bloodline medicine to purify, he might be able to purify the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan to the ultimate. By that time, it may reach a stage where even the Otsutsuki clan is shocked. Super recovery, immortality and immortality, control the sky and control the earth, rewind time, and even travel through time and space. Each of these abilities, Hazuki thinks there will be hope. As long as he controls the rhythm while researching, everything is possible. Hazuki, what are you thinking? Tsunade tugged Hazuki's face again and asked with doubts. It's okay. What's the matter with you calling me so early? Hazuki said lightly. Advertisement. Hazuki, do you know that you have done a great job? Tsunade put his arms around Hazuki's neck, a mysterious gesture. Point 0. Great merit. What great merit? Hazuki wondered. You guess. With a smile in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, he planned to tease this cold little disciple again. I don't seem to have done anything. I think about it, what can be called a great achievement at this stage is a war effort. So the Kingdom of Rain is progressing smoothly, isn't Hanzo of the Salamander shriveled? Hazuki poked his chin and analyzed. He didn't notice that with just one sentence of analysis, Tsunade beside him was flabbergasted. You and Jiraiya were supposed to go to the front line for support, but you suddenly returned. At the same time, you were also injured. Obviously, you were injured by the attack. The only person who can repel you is Hanzo of the Salamander. 1. And after you came back, you were very emotional, and you were very grateful to me, and now you say that I made a great contribution, so the result is obviously that my detonating charm saved you and damaged Hanzo of the Salamander. Hazuki spoke eloquently. His voice still indifferent and calm, but it shocked Tsunade next to him. She looked at Hazuki with shock, her mouth opened in an O shape. Quite a while. Tsunade's mood finally eased, and he swallowed. Hazuki, no one told you that if you are too good, will you have no friends? Is there? Hazuki wondered, looking innocent. Quote. Tsunade was almost choked out of breath. She gave Hazuki an indignant glance, feeling that she was definitely full to discuss this issue with this monster apprentice. Really, it's too damn hard to hit people. Open black lens bracket 107 close black lens bracket expansion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Depressed Tsunade decided to stay away from this disciple, and the provincial general was beaten. I will cook for you, there is fruit over there, you can take what you like. 1. After Tsunade finished speaking, he stepped back with Mizuki and walked towards the kitchen with a graceful gesture. In the living room, only Hazuki Yuzai was left leaning on the sofa. No oranges. Hazuki glanced at the fruits and was a little disappointed that he didn't see the orange he liked. But oranges still have to be eaten, and this girl, Makoto, prepares fresh oranges for him every day. So, Hazuki's right hand penetrated into the void, and penetrated into a circle of ripples. When he got it back, he already had an orange in his hand. It's really convenient. Hazuki pondered the way forward as he peeled the oranges. His path is almost clear. In the case of unable to obtain the Saitama template, raising the bloodline is the fundamental. It was a big surprise to get a small world this time, and Hazuki felt that maybe in the future, May 40 inches would awaken more incredible abilities. After all, his evolutionary path is different from others. Others are passively dependent on emotional stimulation and rely on cellular stimulation. But he fundamentally solves the problem, and at the same time removes all kinds of obstacles, loopholes and defects to achieve a more perfect level. Such improvement will definitely give him more feedback. In the future, The Saitama template will be the main form, and the awakening ability will be supplemented. This is the right direction, and that's it. Having established a goal, Hazuki began to recall Wood Style's spiritual practice. Wood Style is a blood-based boundary formed by combining water and soil. The reason why Senju Hashirama's Wood Style is great is because of Sage Body. Advertisement. After Hazuki extracted Tsunade's blood, he also had thin blood vessels. Although the number was small, it was very pure because it was purified. Hazuki is confident that as long as he continues to purify, he will soon be able to reach the bloodline of Senju Hashirama's level. Don't worry, I will synthesize Wood Style first, and make the small world greener first. As Hazuki said, he tried to synthesize Wood Style, which is also known as the bloodline limit. Normally, if two kinds of chakras of nature transformation are used together at the same time, there will be a chance to generate a new escape technique, which is the blood-based limit. Several of Hazuki's chakras have already been transformed by nature transformation, so he doesn't need to prepare anything, just synthesize and use chakra. Certainly, the success rate of synthesizing the bloodline limit is very low. Hazuki has tried many times before, but in the end he only got the ice escape. But now, Hazuki had just used the two types of chakra, and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The increase in his physique and bloodline made him feel a strange feeling in an instant. Wait, don't rush to synthesize first, remember the feeling and process just now, maybe through the experience of synthesizing Wood Style, you can synthesize other escape techniques again. 1. Hazuki leaned on the sofa quietly, carefully recalling the process just now, savoring the feeling, hoping to increase the experience of synthesis. But after a moment, he frowned again, and sat up straight. Try again. Hazuki quickly clasped his hands together, mobilized the chakra of the two attributes in his body, mixed them and used them at the same time, and soon the strange feeling reappeared. At the moment when this feeling appeared, Hazuki already understood that as long as he continued to synthesize according to this feeling, the Wood Style blood follower limit would have a chance to succeed. But he did not continue, but stopped immediately and gave up the precious opportunity of synthesizing Wood Style. If someone else knew about such a decision, they would definitely scold him for being rude, but Hazuki still gave up without even the slightest hesitation. Because he has the confidence to synthesize Wood Style again, he is so confident. Leaning on the sofa again, Hazuki recalled the strange feeling just now, and once again accumulated the experience of developing the limit of blood. That's it. Advertisement. With constant attempts, stops, memories, feelings, and frequent tests, he finally found a clue and a trick. Tisk tisk, that's what it is, it's kind of interesting. Hazuki's eyes shone with light, curiosity began to play, and the whole person became energized. After a few minutes, when Tsunade finished the meal and came out, he saw Hazuki smiling and playing with a wooden mug. Huh, where did the wooden cup come from? Tsunade put the fragrant food on the coffee table and asked with a hint of doubt. For you, and remember to prepare some oranges next time. Hazuki handed the quilt to Tsunade. Okay, how come there are orange peels here? Did you use Flying Thunder God to get it home? Tsunade took the quilt without caring, and placed it directly on the coffee table. Yes, it is indeed at home. Hazuki nodded. The orange was indeed taken from home, but not with Flying Thunder God, but with space ability. It's really convenient to have a Flying Thunder God, but don't you think it's a bit too extravagant to use the Flying Thunder God to take fruit? Tsunade said speechlessly. Don't you think you can exercise your abilities better when you use it in your life? Hazuki replied. You really have some truth in saying that. Tsunade thought about it for a while, and it was really the case, but now it was time to eat, so she didn't say anything, and directly invited Hazuki to dinner. Come on, my little moon, try my craftsmanship. Tsunade said with a smile like a flower, with a faint hint of arrogance. Hazuki glanced at Tsunade in surprise, somewhat surprised. The current Tsunade is a little different from the usual her, which is really surprising. Is this the other side of Tsunade? The other side hidden under the unrestrained character. It tastes good. I tasted a few good bites in October. This food is good, and it is her own style, which is very surprising. Not bad, I can't tell, you stupid woman cooks quite delicious. Hazuki praised. Advertisement. But when Tsunade heard this, 3 black lines appeared on her forehead, and she was already very depressed by calling her a big beautiful girl. But now she has become a stupid woman again, and this title has been said several times, which makes her speechless. Depressed Tsunade raised his snow-white little hand and tugged at Hazuki's ear. I said Satsuki, did she swell after learning to Flying Thunder God? She actually called me a stupid woman. Inflation. Do I need to inflate? Isn't it easy to learn such a simple ninjutsu? Hazuki said innocently. Tsunade looked at Hazuki's innocent appearance, and he was so annoyed that he didn't know what to say, and he couldn't help but go crazy. She wanted to bite Hazuki hard and tell him, can you stop being so innocent? We still have people who have been learning for many years, but have not learned it yet. But she couldn't do that, so she could only sit on the sofa dully without speaking. Well, stop teasing you, when are you going to the front? I need your blood recently. Hazuki said sternly. Let's start tomorrow. And now the land of Earth is being reinforced on a large scale. Konoha 3.7 is under a lot of pressure and must be reinforced. Tsunade said helplessly. Well, it seems that I can only go to the front line to collect blood from you when I need it. Hazuki thought for a while. To treat Tsunade, you can't draw blood on a large scale, otherwise it will definitely hurt her vitality, and the blood that is drawn now has a better purification effect, which is why he plans to go to the land of thunder again. Anyway, you have Flying Thunder God, you can come and go freely, but don't use it in front of others, you have to protect yourself, you know. Tsunade pinched Hazuki's profile and said with concern. Slapped off Tsunade's little hand, Hazuki said speechlessly. I should go, give me some of your blood, and remember to carry the wooden cup with you. Tsunade nodded, handed Shiro's little hand to Hazuki, and let him draw blood. After a while, Hazuki finished blood collection and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and said with a wicked smile. I remember someone lost to me, should it be time to massage me? Open black lens bracket 108 close black lens bracket research. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Tsunade froze slightly, and said with a gloomy expression on his face. You are my little Hazuki, just massage or something. 1. That won't work. Hazuki was going to leave, but he didn't leave when he heard this, but instead handed his right hand to Tsunade. Hey, let's massage. You. Tsunade rolled his eyes at him angrily, thinking that this disciple had helped her so much. She shook her head helplessly and started massaging Hazuki's arms. As a descendant of first Hokage, her status is very noble in Konoha, everyone respects her and gives her face, but now. She, the noble Tsunade princess of Konoha, even gave a massage to the little devil Hazuki. If anyone knew about this, she would definitely be shocked. To be honest, if someone told Tsunade to massage, she would definitely kick him out, but now. She really didn't want to reject this excellent disciple, and Tsunade cared about Hazuki very much, both for her concern for the younger generation and the mutual help between the two. Now giving Hazuki a massage, she really doesn't have much rejection. At most, she has no dignity in front of Hazuki. 29 is a little helpless. Raising his fair arms, Tsunade massaged Hazuki with 10 slender jade fingers. That even force, not to mention the potential of a masseuse. As the person being massaged, Hazuki squinted and enjoyed the moment quietly. Originally, he planned to let Tsunade just leave it alone, but this beautiful girl is really good at doing things. The softness and strength from that arm made Hazuki very satisfied. Unfortunately, Hazuki was in a hurry to go back to the experiment, so after a short massage, he withdrew his right hand. Okay, I'm leaving, I'll go back to the front to find you. Well, you also have to improve yourself, refine chakra as much as possible, and don't let others know that you have learned Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. Tsunade urged. Advertisement. Don't worry, I'm leaving. Whoosh. The air was slightly rippling, and Hazuki's figure disappeared. In the living room, only Tsunade was sitting quietly on the sofa, and she suddenly felt a little lonely. Shaking his head, Tsunade put his emotions out of his mind and began to prepare various combat supplies. After finishing packing, she looked at the wooden cup on the coffee table, thinking that it was given to her by Hazuki. She still picked it up and decided to take it with her. But a problem appeared in her mind, and that was Wood Styles practice. So far, apart from her grandfather Senju Hashirama, no one has successfully practiced wood style, which is also Tsunade's regret. She originally wanted to entrust this task to Hazuki, but thinking about the difficulty of wood style, she finally did not talk about wood style. No way. Wood style was too difficult. Tsunade didn't want to hurt Hazuki's self-confidence because of wood style. Forget it. Let this wood style completely dissipate in this world. Tsunade said, crushing the scroll that recorded important ninjutsu, intending to completely dissipate wood style from this world. She didn't know that wood style would appear in the future, but at this moment, she knew that wood style was too difficult, and no one would learn it at all. It was far more difficult than Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God can find qualified people to practice, but wood style has never had a second person succeed so far. These years, there are too many people in Konoha village who have come into contact with wood style. Countless people have tried it secretly, but unfortunately they all failed, and many people even died because of it. But even so, there is still no hope of practicing wood style, and it is still an untouchable ability. From this, we can see how difficult wood style is. Even her Tsunade, the most hopeful of learning wood style, is still hopeless. She can only go to the battlefield and put it all back to dust. Hazuki's home, inside the laboratory. Advertisement. Hazuki, who was about to conduct an experiment, suddenly heard a system beep. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Blowing snow mold into tornado template plus a small amount of chakra. Close black lens bracket. There is another task, which I haven't been reminded of before. It turns out that it can only be completed by practicing together with Flying Thunder God and wood style. Hazuki was stunned. Ding. The conversion is completed. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a 20% tornado template. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the master for getting the control and moves of the original blowing snow template. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. Intermediate Sage Body. Templates. 40% Saitama template, 50% Tornado template. Blood Followers. Ice Escape. Wood Style, Tensegan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Hazuki looked at the greatly changed data panel with a hint of trance in his eyes. Before he knew it, he had acquired so many abilities, and although he couldn't compare with the Saitama template, he could definitely play a lot of roles in assisting. And, continuing to take the medicine, his physique can be improved again, gaining various auxiliary abilities, and even immortality. I remember that Otsutsuki Kagaya has the body of immortality. Can it be immortal? Hazuki murmured, not sure if it's immortality, but it's okay to live for thousands of years. If he can live for so long, then relying on his blood to purify the potion, he might be able to reach a terrifying level. Even Master has countless abilities, and even travels through time and space, back in time. In other words, if you can really travel through time and space, it will be amazing. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Hazuki's blood boiled a little, but now making a purification potion as the foundation, so he fell into the purification work of the potion again. In the land of water, in a small house in Kurigakure. Hazuki's no. 2 shadow clone handed a vial of blood to little Katsuyu, then waved it away. The blood is almost enough for these 2 days, and the main body is progressing very smoothly. No. 2 shadow clone was talking, thinking about whether to return or not. He has seen a lot of humanities and cultures outside these days, as well as all kinds of rare 540 scenes, which made him gain a lot. This is something that cannot be seen in Konoha, so he intends to continue wandering outside to gain knowledge, go back first, and come back later. Shadow Clone said. Touch, disappeared, but less than a minute, the space was slightly rippling, Hazuki's Shadow Clone appeared again. With the permission of the main body, 10 Shadow Clone have been separated to wander the ninja world. Next, I will continue to collect the blood of the Wei Yoruichi clan. No. 2 Shadow Clone said, looked up to the northwest, quickly used the transformation technique, and became a middle-aged ordinary uncle. Uncle Bai Yu. I won. You are too powerful, you taught me fighting skills, and you defeated those who bullied me in just 3 or 2 strokes. A little girl suddenly ran into the courtyard and happily thanked Shadow Clone No. 2. It's good to win, as long as you give me blood, I can teach you more fighting skills. No. Two Shadow Clone smiled. Okay. But the people who bullied me, they have a boss. It is said that they have refined chakra, which is very powerful. Uncle Bai Yu, can such a person be defeated? The little girl said timidly, very worried about this. This is simple. First draw some blood, and then I will teach you to refine chakra. Really? Does Uncle Bai Yu also know how to refine chakra? It's hard to hear that. The little girl jumped up and down, looking at Shadow Clone number 2 with anticipation. You'll find out later. 109. Admit defeat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No. Two Shadow Clone finished with a smile, collected blood skillfully again, and was also thinking about teaching this girl. The girl's name is Keiko, a member of the bottom of the Wei Yoruichi clan. She is less than 6 years old, and she doesn't even have time to study chakra. But it's too soon. According to the information Hazuki got, when the Wei Yoruichi clan was 6 years old, they taught chakra, a member of the bottom class, as a kind of help to the members of the clan. Certainly. Those who are high-level children, are those who have a chakra practice method at home. They refine chakra early and grow up earlier than these lower-level members. Now Hazuki is teaching her chakra, just a little bit earlier. It's a fair deal, everyone gets what they need. Uncle Baiyu, can you teach me? Keiko asked expectantly after taking the blood. Okay. Come with me. Okay. Next, she was taught how to refine chakra. To Shadow Clone's surprise, he was a genius. He learned to refine chakra in a short period of time, and he was very good. Wow, is this chakra? Awesome. Now that you've learned it, go ahead, come every 5 days, and exchange your blood for the ability you want. No. Two Shadow Clones said lightly. Well, thank you Uncle Baiyu, I'm leaving, goodbye. Goodbye. After Keiko left, Shadow Clone number 2 also walked out of the house. According to the order of the ontology, he needs to increase his knowledge, enrich the knowledge of the ontology, and improve the capabilities of the ontology from all aspects. As for the direction of knowledge selection, he can freely decide. Although it has invincible strength, ordinary knowledge is useless, but who would reject a better self? And this is still learned by Shadow Clone. No. Two Shadow Clones said secretly and walked to a painting shop. He decided to learn painting and increase his knowledge of ontology. At the same time, hundreds of Shadow Clone all over the world also chose the direction of learning, enriching the ontology from hundreds of industries. As for Hazuki himself, he continued to refine blood vessels to adapt to the transformation of his blood vessels. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shines on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. The door to the lab opened slowly, and Hazuki came out wearing a blindfold, only this time covering his right eye. Hazuki brother, what's wrong with you? Makoto always pays attention to Hazuki's movements, and when he finds that Hazuki's state is not right, he rushes to Hazuki's side and asks anxiously. Advertisement. I'm fine. This is the reaction after collecting the last bloodline. It can be regarded as filling the defect. Hazuki said, and with Makoto's help, he came to the big sofa. Is brother Hazuki really all right? Makoto was still very worried, and even took the initiative to let Hazuki rest on her fair legs and lightly hold his forehead. Don't worry, it's a good thing, it's just changing too fast, I need to get used to it, so I won't experiment today. Hazuki squeezed Makoto's little hand and comforted. Well, that's fine, that's fine. Uchiha Makoto was obviously relieved, and his tender hands gently massaged Hazuki's head, trying to relieve Hazuki's pressure. Brother Hazuki, although I don't know what you're researching, if it's too dangerous, please protect yourself, Makoto can't live without you. Makoto lowered her head and said that although she was very shy, she paid more attention to Hazuki's safety than Hazuki's safety, so she endured her shyness and took the initiative to say this. Don't worry, I'm strong on your husband, these are just gadgets for self-entertainment, don't worry. Hazuki looked into Makoto's concerned eyes, squeezed her little face with his big hands, and smiled comfortingly. Girl, it's been a long time since I served your husband. Come and help me wash my hair. Hazuki took Makoto's snow-white hand and kissed him. Well, brother Hazuki, wait for me, I'll go fetch water right away. Makoto brought a pillow from the side, carefully placed it under Hazuki's head, made him comfortable on it, and trotted towards the washing room. After a while, Makoto got warm water and a towel and hurried back. Wash here. The sofa may be dirty, why don't you go to the washroom? Hazuki thought for a while. This girl, Makoto, loves cleanliness very much. The sofa is always spotless. If you wash it here, it will definitely ruin the fruits of her labor. It's okay. Hazuki brother, you've worked so hard, now you need to rest more, just clean up the sofa if it's dirty. Makoto didn't want Hazuki to be too tired, and she didn't want Hazuki to walk even so close to the washroom. Therefore, she, who loves cleanliness very much, rarely says such words. Really good girl. Hazuki mixed with Makoto's slender hands, and the soft, boneless feeling made him unable to stop playing. During this process, Makoto was always shy, letting Hazuki bully her, not even urging Hazuki, not worrying about the warm water getting cold. Because she didn't want to disturb Hazuki's interest, and didn't want him to be a little unhappy, even if the warm water was cold, she would rather have a new pot. Okay. I won't bully you anymore, I have a mission to go out today. Thinking of the system's tasks, Hazuki didn't want to waste time, but snapped his fingers. For a moment a green light shone, enveloped him and Makoto in the hot water, wafting to the washroom. Advertisement. Wash it up and accompany me to the Chunin exam later. Well, 1. Makoto nods like a baby, and Susho unties Hazuki's hair and carefully washes him. Those gentle movements are like treating the most precious artwork in the world. After a few minutes, Hazuki sat still on the sofa after washing. Makoto wiped his hair for him, combed his hair, tied it with a headband, and put the blindfold on Hazuki again. Okay. Sit next to me, Kushina's breakfast is almost ready. Hazuki said, glancing at the kitchen. Makoto was very good, sitting next to Hazuki, and then she found herself being hugged around her waist, and she was shy again and didn't speak. However, he spent too long at home, and the Chunin exam began, and even played for a long time. The Chunin exam venue was crowded. Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Sand Shinobi Village, and a large number of people from Shinobi Village are watching the battle on the spot. This Namikaze Minato is amazing. Cloud Shinobi, who hit the field, retreated again and again. Are you going to end Cloud Shinobi's last man? It's possible, if you look at Namikaze Minato's moves, he's just keeping his hands. The doubling technique of Akamaiki Dingza before, followed by the shadow technique of Nara Shikisa, and now Namikaze Minato, Konoha really shouldn't be underestimated. The people of Shinobi Village were talking a lot, while Cloud Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village looked solemn, especially Cloud Shinobi Village. Their team suffered heavy losses, and the only one left was also beaten by Namikaze Minato, and they were in a good mood. However, there was a short-haired boy in a mamam with a calm expression, and he looked at Namikaze Minato with a strong fighting intent. Bang! At the center of the venue, Namikaze Minato looked at Cloud Shinobi, who had fainted, with a sunny smile. Namikaze Minato wins. The examiner announced loudly, the last match is Hyuga Hazuki versus Yamanaka Kaiichi. Whoosh! Yamanaka Kaiichi quickly jumped into the center of the field and stood still, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He knew that this was the end of the day, and it was not good to meet anyone, but it was Hazuki, a monster. He could only use the ultimate move at the first time, so as not to lose too much shame. What only puzzled him was that a minute after the chief examiner finished shouting, he still didn't see Hazuki's figure. The audience at the scene also became puzzled and chatted with each other. Hyuga Hazuki, please come in. The examiner said helplessly. Advertisement. In order to take care of Hazuki, he has put Hazuki in the last scene, but still no one is seen. There is no way to delay now, only to continue shouting his name. Hyuga Hazuki, please enter. 1. A few minutes passed quickly, and the discussion in the entire exam hall had turned into a hum, but Hazuki was never seen. To be late, it's still from the Hyuga family, I really didn't expect it. Who knows, maybe give up. 1. That's right, hurry up to disqualify that person and move on to the next match, it's a waste of time. The people of Shounen Village had opinions, and they all proposed the next game. However, the examiner took good care of Hazuki and waited 5 minutes under pressure. Pity. There were too many people with opinions, and he couldn't bear it any longer, so he could only announce loudly, wait 1 minute at the end. After fighting for another minute, the examiner waited helplessly, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the main seat, was depressed, suspecting that Hazuki wanted to be a salted fish again. That's it. Time passed while everyone was waiting, and 55 seconds passed quickly. Seeing that the time was coming, a voice suddenly sounded. I admit defeat. Yamanaka Kai said lightly, raising his right hand. Huh, what's the matter? He actually admitted defeat. Strange, he won after a few seconds. Why did he admit defeat? 1. I don't know, this person may have a brain problem. The people from the small ninja village said, looking at Yamanaka Kaiichi with the eyes of a fool. HMPH, I admit defeat because I have self-knowledge. How can you imagine Hazuki's strength? The Namikaze Minato just now was great, right? But Namikaze Minato is nothing but Hazuki's defeat. Yamanaka Kai said with a cold snort, then jumped onto the audience stage and ignored the crowd. When the people of Shinobi Village heard this, they were very puzzled, but seeing Yamanaka Kaiichi's serious expression, they also became serious and thought about Hyuga Hazuki's strength in their hearts. Maybe he's a great man, we'll see later. 1. Hyuga Hazuki. Don't let me down. 110, he is so strong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the small ninja village, a genin with an explosive head said, recalling the picture of Hazuki being exempted from the test during the written test. At that time, he raised objections, but was rejected by the examiner without hesitation. He will never forget Hyuga Hazuki's indifferent look when he was leaving, the look of indifference to everything. I will prove that even if we are a small ninja village, we cannot be underestimated. The exploding head said, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. It's a pity that no one paid attention to him, because the examiner began to announce the second round of knockout after being instructed by third Hokage. The second knockout round begins, the first Akamaiki Dingza versus No Wind. Whoosh. Following the examiner's voice, Akamaiki Dingza dodged into the arena, while Genin, who had an explosive head, also walked down with a coldness. You can't beat me, just admit defeat. The exploding head called Wufeng said coldly. Oh, really? Akamaiki Dingza looked at the other party's self-confidence and became solemn, but said without fear, in my world, there is no word of admitting defeat. Really? Then try it. The exploding head said coldly, twisting his head from side to side, making a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Akamaiki Dingza narrowed his eyes, and decided to use the strongest trick at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, if he loses, his Inoshika Cho's reputation will be ruined. 540 inches. Okay, start. The examiner announced loudly. Summoning technique. Bang. The huge black bear suddenly appeared, with a ferocious aura escaping to the surroundings. The exploding head stood on the black bear's head, smiling indifferently. My ability is the summoning beast, and under my summoning beast, you will be defeated. Meet Bomb Chariot. Akamaiki Dingza didn't talk nonsense, and immediately cast a powerful trick. The whole person turned into a big ball, rolled and rushed out. Black bear rush for me, beat him. Roar. The black bear roared and rushed out with ferocity, while the explosive head jumped to the back and watched indifferently. Boom. Advertisement. The two behemoths collided, and surprisingly, the stronger black bear was knocked unconscious, while Akamaiki Dingza was fine. The exploding head was stunned, watching this scene in disbelief, with unimaginable surprise in his eyes. Konoha Shinobi is really amazing, but I don't have one black bear, but 10, summoning technique. Bang bang bang. A series of white mist filled the air, and 9 black bears roared at the competition venue with a fierce aura. But the opposite Akamaiki Dingza gave him a disdainful look, and then performed the trick again. Meet Bomb Chariot. Boom boom boom. A series of crashing sounds came, and in just 1 minute, all the black bears fell to the ground, and all were knocked unconscious, leaving only the explosive head dumbfounded. Okay. So strong. The exploding head swallowed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He relied on these 10 black bears, but he had defeated Chunin in the village, and he was also a famous figure in their village. But he didn't expect that facing Konoha's ninja, he didn't last even a minute. Such a gap made him unbelievable. I admit defeat. Can you tell me your name? The exploding head said in awe. My name is Akamaiki Doza. Akamaiki Dingza said lightly, with a cold and indifferent attitude, but unfortunately he was too fat, and he seemed a bit nondescript. Cough cough. Not far away, Nara Shikuji coughed twice, with helplessness in his eyes. Because Akamaiki Dingza's way of speaking is completely learning Hazuki, but unfortunately it is not at all like it has a strange feeling. Yamanaka Kaiichi, you seem to have spoken in this way just now. Nara Shikahisa turned her head. Ah, yes. Haha. Accident. Yamanaka Kai said embarrassedly. The two were chatting, but the explosive head in the center of the arena looked at Akamaiki Dingza with awe. Mr. Akamaiki Dingza, you won, but I will not give up. Sooner or later, I will defeat you and become the strongest existence in this session. The explosive head said solemnly. Advertisement. Becoming the strongest being in this session. You think too much, I'm not the strongest. Akamaiki Dingza shook his head helplessly. Oh, isn't your strength the strongest? The explosive head stared suspiciously. Yes, someone hasn't appeared yet, if he does, I can only admit defeat. Akamaiki Dingza sighed. Admit defeat. Impossible, how could you, CJDH, be able to admit defeat? Who is so strong that even you should admit defeat? Akamaiki Dingza didn't answer, but turned around and walked towards the audience with a sigh, and when he was halfway through, he suddenly turned his head. That man, Hyuga Hazuki. Hyuga Hazuki. Exploding head froze for a moment, the scene of the day of the written test appeared in his mind, thinking of the indifferent teenager. It turned out to be him. He turned out to be so strong. The exploding head was startled, with a look of consternation in his expression. The surrounding audience did not calm down when they heard this, and they all became solemn. Who is this Hyuga Hazuki? Even Akamaiki Dingza, who just won, is afraid. Should have some skills, a tricky character. Wait a minute, I'll know the strength of this person later, whether it's true or bragging, I'll see at a glance later. People in Shounen Village are talking a lot, some people believe and some people are suspicious, but a short-haired boy in Sand Shinobi Village has always been calm. Audience stage. Yamanaka Kaiichi looked at Akamaiki, who was walking back, and said, didn't you say that your world doesn't admit defeat? Why do you say that you will admit defeat when you meet Hazuki? Nonsense. Akamaiki Dingzu rolled his eyes and said, he is so strong, what can I do? Yes. Yamanaka Kai nodded in agreement, but did not continue to speak, because the examiner announced the start of the game again. The game continues, the second match between Luasha and Nawaki. Whizzing. The short-haired boy came to the arena and looked at Nawaki calmly. Advertisement. My name is Luo Sha, and this name will bloom in the entire ninja world today. Really? Then try. Nawaki eagerly took out his kunai for battle. Audience stage. Nara Luju frowned at this scene, turned his head and said, this Luo Sha is very strong, and he is also a little older, so I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Oh, are you in trouble too? Yamanaka Kai was surprised. Yes, look at his feet, there is golden sand. Huh, really? It's a little troublesome. The three of Inoshika-cho looked dignified, but unfortunately this match was a one-on-one knockout, they couldn't help, and could only continue to wait. Competition exam. Boom. The terrifying golden sand rolled up suddenly from the ground, and slammed into Nawaki with waves like waves. Be careful, Hazuki's home. Hazuki, who had eaten breakfast, yawned and walked out of the house, hugging Makoto's slender waist. Aren't you going, Kushina? Hazuki asked. No, I'm going to learn more about sealing. Kushina whispered. But she decided in her heart that she would secretly learn to sew clothes, and after practicing her skills, she must make the best looking clothes for Hazuki. Well, we'll be back soon. Hazuki didn't force it either, but turned around and left with Makoto in his arms, leaving Kushina standing alone. Hazuki brother, I will definitely become better, and if Makoto's sister can do, so can I. Kushina said secretly, her little hand clenched into a fist. The scene of the Chunin exam competition. Everyone stared at the competition center with wide eyes, unable to believe their own eyes. 111 Vicious, thank you for the flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Well, so strong. Is this a fight between genin? Why do I feel that Chunin is not so strong? 1. That kid named Namikaze Minato has the ability to space, and he can dodge back and forth. Narosa is also very powerful, He can control such a terrifying jinsha, and he can even fight Namikaze Minato indistinguishably. No, Namikaze Minato is obviously better. Didn't you see that Luasha can only be passive, defensive? The people in the audience said in surprise, watching Namikaze Minato walk through the sandy sand-like waves, watching him attack Luasha like lightning, making Luasha tired to deal with it. Stop it all. The examiner shouted and continued. Minato is back. This is the battle between Luosha and Nawaki. If you lose, you lose. If you want to fight, it will be your turn in the future. Whoosh. Namikaze Minato's figure flashed and he returned to the audience stage, but he still stared at Luosha with coldness. You will regret what you did today. Namikaze Minato said angrily, ignoring Luosha's reply, and hurriedly looked to the side, to Nawaki, who was covered in blood and was being rescued. How is he? Is his life in danger? The situation is not good. Although there is no danger to his life, his body has been disabled. With our treatment methods, even if he recovers, he will not be able to become a ninja. The medical ninja sternly explained that their medical means were lacking, and they were already very good at doing this without Tsunade. And even if Tsunade is present, it is very difficult to cure Nawaki, because Nawaki's body has been destroyed by sand, and the hope of recovery is almost zero. It's too vicious, he's too vicious. Namikaze Minato said angrily, with murderous intent in his rare eyes. Nawaki, don't worry, I will avenge you and make that Sora regret what he did today. Namikaze Minato said, looking at Nawaki with blood on his face, his heart was very uncomfortable. Thank you, but you have to be careful not to get those sands into your body, it's a vicious method. Nawaki said weakly. I know, I'll send you to the medical department now, your injury is too serious. Namikaze Minato comforted with worry. No, I'm going to watch you defeat him and see his miserable appearance, I hate him. Nawaki insisted, with deep hatred in his eyes. Advertisement. He will never be able to become a ninja in the future, which is definitely the result of despair for him. His dream is to become Hokage, the strongest person who protects Konoha. But his dreams and all his efforts were completely destroyed today. He hates, very, very much. I'll avenge you, I'll be able to defeat him, but there's a little trouble. Namikaze Minato frowned, looking a little hesitant. What's the matter? Can't even you beat him? Ahem. Nawaki coughed. Yes, it's easy to defeat him, but it's very difficult to make him miserable. I'm worried that Luosha will admit defeat if things look bad. Namikaze Minato frowned and explained, feeling very helpless. With the Flying Thunder God who has been proficient in countless times, he has absolute confidence to defeat Luosha, but this is the scene of the game. If Luosha admits defeat, then he may not be able to severely damage the opponent. Not even you. Didn't expect this. Didn't expect it to be like this. Nawaki lay on his back and looked at the sky. The look in his eyes was much less, but heavier and more decadent. Not even Namikaze Minato with Flying Thunder God technique, what else can he expect? Whoosh. Okay. Let's continue the knockout round. The third Namikaze Minato battle. Jutaro! Exclamation mark. Following the examiner's words, a teenager with orange hair and orange pupils jumped into the arena. He was very burly and extremely tall, and the whole person stood there like an iron tower. If it wasn't for his immature face, people would think he was an adult. I will go to the competition. If I meet Luosha in the next round, I will definitely avenge you. Namikaze Minato consoled Nawaki and jumped into the field. Game start. Whoosh whoosh. Kunai danced and shot out with a cold glow, and Namikaze Minato shone on the field of play, like a little bit of sparkle constantly embellishing. Blast. 1. Advertisement. The ground is broken. Namikaze Minato's opponent Jutaro smashed the ground, and at the same time increased his size, and then punched Namikaze Minato. Whoosh. Namikaze Minato flashed to a dozen meters away, then frowned and looked at Taro. Are you physically fit? Wave Minato pondered slightly, and quickly came up with a way to fight, and disappeared. Charge. Boom. Shigetaro rushed out like an armored vehicle, slammed a hole in the wall of the arena, and then turned around and attacked again. Boom. The battle continued, but Namikaze Minato was able to confront him with ease, easily suppressing him. This Shigetaro's physique is so strong, I didn't expect people from a small village to be so tyrannical. Yeah, this year's genin is really strong. As a Chunin, I feel the pressure is doubled. 1. Unfortunately, this Shigetaro encountered Namikaze Minato. You see, he can only use his strength to attack randomly, and there is no threat to Namikaze Minato in the slightest. Ask for flowers. Yes, it's a pity. There was a lot of discussion among the people in the audience, and it was a pity that Shigetaro met Namikaze Minato. A Jonin from Sand Shinobi village walked up to Luasha. How? Are you sure you can beat Namikaze Minato? Don't worry, I'll be tired after a short confrontation. If it lasts a little longer, I'll be suspicious. Konoha is really strong like a cloud. Luo Sha frowned. Then just admit defeat later. There is no need to fight with Namikaze Minato. Jonin said. I know. Luo Sha nodded. He decided to try Namikaze Minato's strength again. If he couldn't hold it, he would immediately admit defeat and not give Konoha a chance to take revenge. Advertisement. It's worth it to waste a Nawaki. I thought the opponent was this Shigetaro, but I didn't expect a person who was exempted from the test to disrupt the allocation of personnel. It's really good luck. 1. Luo Sha said calmly, thanking the exempted person who did not appear, but more of it was funny. He didn't think that the person who was exempted from the test was very powerful, and even thought that it was because of the back door that the real strong were fought. Therefore, in this year's staff, he only recognized Namikaze Minato, and only regarded Namikaze Minato as an opponent. Boom. The arena roared, and Shigetaro rolled backwards and flew out, fainting directly. Namikaze Minato wins, the last Nara Shikahisa versus Hyuga Hazuki. The examiner announced again. When everyone heard the name Hyuga Hazuki, Jaeondu frowned, and they were equally curious about this person who had never appeared but was touted. Whoosh. Nara Shikahisa jumped into the arena and waited, looking around silently. Have you not come yet? Everyone fell into waiting again, and everyone in the entire arena began to wait in silence. Time passed bit by bit, and soon half a minute passed. Just when someone was about to protest again, the air suddenly felt a little cold. Ta 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 ta. Footsteps sounded from far to near, and soon a young man wearing a black blindfold and hugging the little beauty stepped into the arena. Then, he came to Nawaki's side in front of everyone's eyes. Nawaki, do you know what your sister told me before she left? The indifferent voice reverberated on the field of play, and also echoed in everyone's ears. How? Nawaki asked weakly. Your sister said that apart from her, only I can beat you, and today someone crossed the line. Shang. Open black lens bracket 112 close black lens bracket unbelievable. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The indifferent voice echoed again, under the warm sunlight, making everyone feel chills. When Luo Sha in the audience heard this, she also frowned. He looked at Hazuki carefully, and his expression gradually became serious. There was no ridicule, no arrogance, and no reckless shouting, but squinted and looked at it quietly. On the ground. Hearing this, Nawaki smiled with blood on his face. Help me to abolish him. From now on you will be my big brother, dear big brother. 1. Nawaki said, his weak body propped up a little, struggling to look at Hazuki. It is good. Hazuki nodded and took out a talisman from the ninja bag with his backhand. This talisman was similar to the detonating talisman, except that the word, immortal, was written on the top of the talisman. Call out. The talisman flew out and landed exactly on Nawaki's forehead, and even used the power of the talisman to knock Nawaki out. Ta 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 ta. The sound of footsteps appeared, and with Hazuki's pace the regular, May 4-3, echoed. Hazuki soon strode to the arena and quietly looked at Luo Sha of the Land of Winds. Get down. The calm tone came out of Hazuki's mouth, and the invisible domineering temperament bloomed, making many audiences breathing stagnate. That, Hazuki, I'm actually your opponent. Nara Shikahisa reminded helplessly. He has been standing on the field preparing to fight Hazuki, trying to verify the gap between himself and Hazuki, but the result was ignored. This feeling is really bad, helpless, he can only remind Hazuki. Not to mention, his words did make a difference, and Hazuki's eyes quickly locked on him. Want to get kicked again? Advertisement. The calm words sounded again, and Nara Shikahisa felt a chill in his heart when he heard these words. He looked at Hazuki's still indifferent state, looking at the pitch-black blindfold, and always felt that Chiba, who was wearing the blindfold, was even more terrifying. After calming down, Nara Shikahisa shrugged and said, okay, you win, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. 1. With a sigh, Nara Shikahisa dodged and left quickly. No matter how she moved, it looked like she was running away. Hyuga Hazuki wins. The chief examiner announced loudly, looked at Hazuki with burning eyes, and then shouted again. In the third round of the semifinals, Hyuga Hazuki vs. Luo Sha. Following the chief examiner's words, the audience in the entire arena became energized and began to wait eagerly. Previously, Luo Sha's terrifying strength was obvious to all, and was definitely considered a formidable opponent, but every word that Hazuki said from the appearance to the speech made people feel very uneasy. The coldness in the air reminded them all the time of Hazuki's extraordinariness. So for the next battle, the audience is full of expectations. Some people think Hazuki is mysterious, some think Luo Sha is powerful. In short, each has his own ideas and analysis, and they are all waiting to verify their conjectures. Luo Sha. This Hyuga Hazuki is not simple, it is very likely that he is a master at the same level as that Namikaze Minato. Jonin from the Land of Wind reminded him in time, hoping to give Luo Sha a warning and not let him take it lightly. Don't worry, if I lose, I will admit defeat in time. Anyway, Anawaki is abolished, it is enough to come to Konoha this time. Luo Sha nodded, with a faint hint of fighting intent. The strong are not afraid of fighting. He Luo Sha is also a strong, so facing the challenge of the strong, especially the strong younger than himself, he Luo Sha does not want to refuse. With strong self-confidence, Luo Sha came to the training arena, quietly watching Qianyu wearing a blindfold. Hyuga Hazuki. Right, I can feel that you are a strong man, a strong opponent, but I still come down, because I am stronger. 1 inch. Boom. Countless golden sand rolled and flew into the sky under the control of invisible forces, covering all directions of the entire arena in a short period of time. The golden sand, like a monstrous ocean wave, roared in the entire arena, rolling recklessly with the power of destroying everything, showing its power. See, this is my ability to control sand that is stronger and heavier than ordinary sand, and you will become my stepping stone, a stone that will make me famous. Advertisement. Luo Sha said, with the aura of a strong person, even looking down at Hazuki. Because he doesn't think Hazuki can be stronger than Namikaze Minato, after all Hazuki is Hyuga clan. And the ability of the Hyuga family is physical art, even the strongest 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, he Luasha is not afraid. This is also the reason for his end, even if someone said Hazuki was extraordinary, even if he looked at Hazuki as strong, but he, Luo Sha, still ended up with a strong self-confidence. His purpose is to defeat Hazuki with thunder in front of everyone, so that his name of Luasha can be resounded in the entire ninja world. So, Luo Sha decided to use the strongest moves at the beginning of the game to defeat Hazuki and achieve the name of the strong. Luo Sha, I haven't called the game to start yet, you can't mobilize sands now. The examiner hurriedly reminded Luo Sha to put the jinsha down. No problem. Hazuki waved his hand and continued. Let's just announce the start. 1. The examiner Zhang Jiyu wanted to remind Hazuki, but as the examiner, he couldn't blatantly favor Hazuki, and finally he could only shake his head and say, start. Magnet-style sands waves. 1. The golden sand filled the sky, and the terrifying golden sand rolled from all directions, slamming towards Hazuki with the power of 10,000, covering Hazuki like a wave. Ha ha ha. Today I'll let you experience what is called despair, magnet-style the great burial of gold dust. Luo Sha laughed wildly, and slapped Jinsha with both hands. The earth roared, the smoke billowed, the strong wind pressure raged, and countless golden sands flew into the sky, shooting out in all directions, shrouding the entire arena hazy. With this roar, Luo Sha's laughter stopped abruptly, and there was no sound at all. What's the matter? Why is there no sound? There is so much smoke and dust that I can't see the scene in the arena. What the hell is going on? Is that Hyuga Hazuki dead? Why isn't there a voice from Luasha? 1. Look at the sky, isn't that Luo Sha? Advertisement. The sound caught everyone's attention, and the audience looked at the sky at the same time, but soon their eyes were round. In the sky, Luo Sha flew towards the sky with extreme speed. His head and feet hung down weakly, and that attitude was as if he had been kicked in the abdomen by a huge force and was kicked into the sky. And, at this moment, he was covered in blood, and blood was overflowing from his body, face, and even his facial features. Such a miserable appearance, such an incredible scene, shocked everyone. One must know that Luo Sha was still showing his strength 1 second ago, but the next second he became like this. Such a reversal caught everyone off guard. What the hell happened? Why was the reversal so fast? What happened in the smoke just now? What about Hyuga Hazuki 3.7? Why can't I see his figure? Is he still in the smoke? Is he a power ninja? The audience talked a lot, guessing what the hell was going on, and even third Hokage, who was wearing a hat, became serious. People all over the game were looking for Hazuki's presence, wondering what the hell was going on. Ta 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 ta. The regular footsteps sounded, and the sound seemed to knock everyone's ears, causing them to be shocked. This sound. Even Luo Sha, who was on the verge of fainting in the sky, was shaken and regained some consciousness. He looked down in confusion, looking at the game field shrouded in smoke and dust, and his consciousness began to gradually recover. But at this time, just when everyone is focused, the familiar indifference sounded again. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being kicked by light? Open black lens bracket 113 close black lens bracket never lose to you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Luo Sha in the sky was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and his consciousness recovered in an instant. No, I think. Luo Sha screamed and was about to admit defeat, but at this moment, there was a sudden pain in his back, and the whole person fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing into the arena. Bang! The air was turbulent, the dust was flying, and the already smoky arena was even more blurred. What's going on? Why did Luo Sha suddenly fall into the arena? It's too fast. I didn't see anyone attacking him, and I have absolutely no idea what was going on. 1. There is so much smoke and dust that you can't see it. Why don't we get closer and see if we can see it clearly? The audience talked a lot, wanting to get closer to see more clearly, but they just took 2 steps, and suddenly found a figure flashing in the smoke. Bang 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 bang. A dull voice rippling. Along with this voice, someone found Luo Sha's figure, and saw that he seemed to be the flashing figure. Such a scene made many people puzzled. They were very surprised by Luo Sha's flashing movements, and always felt that he was forced to flash. A weird idea popped up in everyone's mind. Could it be that Luo Sha is being beaten as a sandbag? It's possible. You listen to the voices in the smoke. This, it seems to be true. People were talking, listening to the bang bang in the smoke, and vaguely understood something. And the ninjas of the Land of Wind have completely blackened their faces. Captain, Luo Sha may be in danger, let's admit defeat. This advertisement. Captain Sand Shinobi hesitated slightly, but listening to the frequent bang bang, he was still ready to admit defeat for Luo Sha. Boom. There was a loud roar, a big earthquake, and the entire arena was torn apart like an earthquake. The area where Sand Shinobi is located is even more broken, and even the place where Hokage is located is completely broken. The only intact place on the site was where Makoto was, and that place didn't even have a grain of sand, it was as clean as if it had been swept hundreds of times. Cough cough cough. Auditorium. People stood up in embarrassment in the rubble, looked at the ruined competition field in awe, and stood there dumbfounded. The playing field was beaten like this. This FK is the Chunin exam. Even the location of Lord Hokage is broken. What the hell is the Chunin exam? Are you kidding me? This is definitely not a fight between genin, I can't do it even Chunin. 1. The crowd of onlookers talked a lot, and looked at it with all 3 views, like a game field after the earthquake. But, when they saw the only well-preserved area, and when they saw Uchiha Makoto standing quietly in that area, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Then. Why is the area where the girl is? Can anyone tell me why? Even the Hokage side is broken, why is the area where the girl is still intact? Well, it seems that this girl came with Hazuki. I'm afraid this is Hazuki's masterpiece. No. Not at all. The crowd's eyes turned into bull's eyes, and they all felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts were even more turbulent. While destroying the arena, they can also protect their own women. Such means are beyond their reach. We conceded defeat, and I conceded defeat in place of Rosa. Captain Sand Shinobi hurriedly shouted, quickly performed wind-style ninjutsu, blowing the smoke away from the scene, and then set his eyes on Luasha. What about people? With the wind-style ninjutsu brushing across the playing field, it became completely clear. Advertisement. But at the scene, only Hazuki was seen standing quietly in the center of the venue, and Luo Sha was not seen. And Hazuki's expression is still indifferent, there is no dust on his body, as if he has never fought, but the ruined arena proves that a tragic battle took place here. Hyuga Hazuki wins. The examiner announced in time that there was doubt in his eyes, because he was also wondering where Narisha had gone. Whoosh whoosh. Sand Shinobi rushed into the arena, quickly looking for Luo Sha's figure, and quickly locked the ruins in the corner of the training ground. There, among the countless rocks, they found Luo Sha, whose life and death were unknown and covered in blood. Luo Sha, are you all right, Luo Sha? Captain Sand Shinobi asked anxiously. Captain, he still has breath. Wait, his state is not right. I'm here to treat him, so let's get out of the way. The medical ninja in Sand Shinobi checks quickly and can quickly become serious. It's over, his body is crippled, completely crippled, even if the injury is cured, he will become a crippled person. The medical ninja said with fear in his eyes. The identity of this Luo Sha is not simple. If he becomes a cripple, then the Sand Shinobi who came with him will be severely punished. Sand Shinobi's expressions changed slightly when they heard this, and then they looked at Hazuki in anger. They remembered the words just now, the words that Hazuki had spoken to Naoki when he appeared. Damn. Captain Sand Shinobi clenched his fist and wanted to say something, but he controlled his emotions in time and stopped talking. Previously, they used the rules of the game to hit Naoki hard, which has made the Konoha Shinobi players want to shoot, and they felt the killing intent of those people very clearly. But because within the rules, Konoha Shinobi are not easy to do, but if they cross the rules to find trouble, then this matter will be troublesome, and they will probably have to explain it here. Okay, Konoha really is as skilled as a cloud, and I admire it. Captain Sand Shinobi said while holding back his anger, acting as normal as possible. Of course, we Konoha have always been like this, what others do to us, we do to others. Advertisement. The chief examiner replied with a sneer, forgetting that he was the chief examiner. Captain Sand Shinobi was furious, but he couldn't say anything. Instead, he used the rules as much as possible to say things. Humph. The examiner snorted coldly, thinking of his identity as the examiner, then gave Sand Shinobi an indifferent look, and continued. Next game, Namikaze Minato vs Akamaiki Dingza. I surrender. Akamaiki Dingza raised his right hand, very self-aware that he admits defeat, and also looks forward to the next battle between Namikaze Minato and Hazuki. Since he admits defeat, then Namikaze Minato wins. The examiner glanced at Akamaiki Dingza with a look of approval. The final match, Namikaze Minato vs Hyuga Hazuki. Whoosh. Namikaze Minato came out and waited in the middle of the ruined arena. Subsequently, how is Lee? He watched Hazuki come slowly again, still in a calm attitude. Thank you Hazuki, thank you for helping Naoki. Namikaze Minato said. Since you want to thank me, then admit defeat as soon as possible. You can't beat me anyway, and you're wasting your time. Hazuki replied. Namikaze Minato was so choked up by this sentence that 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. In fact, he has practiced Flying Thunder God proficiently, and with summoning, he has strong confidence to fight Hazuki. Due to the smoke and dust just now, he didn't know Hazuki's specific battle and could only judge by the situation on the battlefield. Although he was very afraid of Hazuki's destruction of the field, but with Flying Thunder God in his hands, Namikaze Minato was still not afraid and still had the confidence to win the final. So he said solemnly, I admit that you are strong, but I am also not weak. I am growing every day. Now, I will never lose to you again, and I will never be disturbed by your one move. Really? It's also a good idea to defeat with one move. Hazuki said lightly. Open black lens bracket 114 close black lens bracket 1 move to defeat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What did you say? Beat me with one move. Namikaze Minato was startled. He didn't expect Hazuki to say that, but his expression soon became solemn. Because he clearly knows that Hazuki has always said one thing or another. Since Hazuki said that he can beat him with one move, he definitely has the confidence to win. This result made Namikaze Minato vigilant. Although he was a little suspicious, he still held kunai tightly in both hands, ready to fight at any time. Those standing in the ruins were also listening intently, eager to see what Hazuki's strength was. The dust just now made them miss a good fight, and now facing Namikaze Minato, a formidable opponent, the crowd is eager to see how far Hazuki can go. Therefore, these people stood on the ruins, watching silently with curiosity. Even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in this state. In fact, third Hokage was even more surprised. He had always rated Hazuki very high, but the battle just now told him that he underestimated Hazuki's strength. The means of destroying the arena cannot be underestimated. This Hazuki is hidden deep enough, and it really is the right choice to insist that he be Chunin. With his strength, I am afraid he already has the strength of elite Jonin. Sarutobi said 543 Zon secretly, but looking at the broken seats under his feet and the ruined playing field, he shook his head helplessly. This kid can really destroy, and he has to spend a lot of money. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, looking up at the center of the playing field, waiting quietly for the battle to begin. Okay. The Chunin exam finals, officially, start. The chief examiner shouted and announced. Shish. Several kunai fluttered and appeared in all directions of the training ground with the sound of breaking wind, and Namikaze Minato also disappeared at the same time. In order not to be defeated by Hazuki's one move, and in order to defeat Hazuki in reverse, Namikaze Minato's figure shines like a ray of light in the arena, looking for an opportunity to shoot. But, to Namikaze Minato's surprise, Hazuki didn't move from the beginning to the end, always standing silently in the same place. Whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato kept flashing, attracting countless people's admiration. That rare space ability, even many powerful ninjas are somewhat envious. This Namikaze Minato is really not easy. If it appears on the battlefield, it is definitely a strong opponent. Yeah, he will also be a strong support, and he can rush to the battle as soon as possible wherever there is a battle. This playing field has limited spatial abilities, as CJDH, Namikaze Minato is stronger in the open area. Doesn't that mean Namikaze Minato has a chance to beat Hazuki? To win in the end? The onlookers were discussing who was the strongest. Many people are optimistic about Namikaze Minato, thinking that the space ability is great, but there are also many people who are more supportive of Hazuki standing calmly. Because Hazuki is too indifferent and too mysterious. In particular, defeating Luo Sha's record has caused many people to be uncertain about the outcome of the battle. Whoosh whoosh. Namikaze Minato is still looking for opportunities, testing the timing of his shot, ready to use his space ability to defeat Hazuki. But, while teleporting, he suddenly found that Hazuki was looking directly at him, and then a calm voice came. It's a boring game, so let's end it. Bang. Hazuki's right foot slammed on the ground, cracking the ground of the arena, and then slammed backward. Huh. Everyone wondered. Namikaze Minato was clearly in front of Hazuki, but why did Hazuki suddenly rush to the back? Such doubts just arose, and immediately disappeared, and then everyone showed a look of astonishment. Because Namikaze Minato, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he appeared 5 meters behind Hazuki. Advertisement. And he who just appeared happened to meet Hazuki. This is prejudgment. Is space ability still prejudgment? The crowd was shocked. The people in Sand Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village were also shocked, and even third Hokage was shocked. They had never heard of it, and the spatial ability was predictable. Caught you. The indifferent voice reverberated, and when everyone heard this voice, they looked over attentively. I saw that Hazuki at this moment had already grabbed Namikaze Minato's arm, and then, in the shock of everyone, he suddenly turned back and smashed to the ground. Boom boom boom. After 3 loud bangs, Namikaze Minato fell directly on the field of play, his eyes staring at the sky, his whole body seemed to fall stupidly, embedded in the ground. The people at the game were dumbfounded and looked at the Namikaze Minato embedded in the ground in disbelief, and collectively petrified for a while. Good, Really beat Namikaze Minato in one move, that's too good. 1. It's really powerful, but he's also too fierce, he even smashed people on the ground 3 times, it's really ruthless. Prejudging the space shuttle in advance, grabbing Namikaze Minato in seconds, and smashing the ground with his backhand, this method is really powerful. The crowd was talking, analyzing the battle between the lightning and flint just now, and they gave Hazuki the label that he couldn't be provoked. Wait, before, was Na Luasha also in the smoke and was smashed by Hazuki for a while? Someone suddenly asked. It's, as if it's possible, he's several times more miserable than Namikaze Minato. These people said, turned their heads to look in the direction of San Shinobi, and looked at Luosha who was being treated with pity. Clap clap clap. Hazuki clapped his palms to attract the examiner's attention and said, let's announce the results. Okay. Hyuga Hazuki wins. The examiner hurriedly announced, but his expression was still a little dazed, and he still did not recover from the shock. Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. Reward. Secret technique water iron cannon technique. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Please choose. 1. Learn 100 ninjutsu. Reward. 10% tornado template. 2. Learn 500 ninjutsu. Reward. 20% tornado template. 3. Learn 1000 ninjutsu. Reward. 5% Saitama template. A mechanical voice echoed in his head, and Hazuki frowned. Because this task is very troublesome, especially the third one is to learn 1000 ninjutsu, he even doubts whether there are so many ninjutsu in this world. But since there was a choice, there must be so many ninjutsu, so he chose the third option. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the sound of the system, Hazuki turned and left. Even ignored Namikaze Minato, because Namikaze Minato wasn't injured, he was just beaten and didn't want to wake up. Go girl. Coming to Makoto's side, Hazuki grabbed her slender waist and walked towards the distance, but after a few steps he stopped again and looked at Naoki behind. Since it's done, don't pretend to be dead, and help me collect ninjutsu in the future. No matter what kind of ninjutsu you need, the more the better. After Hazuki finished speaking, he ignored Naoki, who was lying on the ground, and turned away without hesitation. But the people around, because of his words fell into confusion. Obviously Naoki was seriously injured and became a cripple, why would Hazuki say that he is alright? Everyone looked at Naoki with curiosity, and even Namikaze Minato stood up and dodged to Naoki. Naoki, are you awake? I'm awake, but I'm too hurt to walk. Naoki opened his eyes with a smile on his lips. What did you say? Hazuki, who was leaving, suddenly turned his head and looked at Naoki with a dangerous light. Open black lens bracket 115 close black lens bracket character paper. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ah, nothing, I will help you collect ninjutsu right away. Hearing Hazuki's words, Naoki jumped up nimbly like a monkey, swooped out of the arena with 2 swishes, and disappeared in a few ups and downs. The flexible figure and the super fast movements all showed that his body was recovering, and even proved that he could still become a ninja. Such an incredible scene made Namikaze Minato stunned, and he felt his head was smashed, and there was a buzzing sound. Not only was he stunned, but the medical ninja was stunned too. He was Naoki who personally checked, and he was 100% sure that Naoki was a cripple before, but now. This Naoki actually recovered in a short period of time, which made him wonder if he had hallucinations. No, I know what's going on. The medical ninja suddenly said loudly. His words instantly caught everyone's attention, including Sand Shinobi Village. The Sand Shinobi clenched their fists and waited while gnashing their teeth, knowing the reason. Originally, they used the rules to abolish Naoki, although Luo Sha has also become a waste, but at least he can explain it when he goes back, but now. Naoki didn't know the reason why it was healed, and their Luo Sha was still in a state of being a scumbag. In this comparison, they were even more angry. But they didn't dare to make trouble. After all, this is Konoha. Even if Naoki is healed, they can't, otherwise, they are likely to die here. Most importantly, they have to figure out how Naoki recovered. Before that medical ninja said there was no way, but Naoki was healed in a blink of an eye, which was too strange. With deep doubts and curiosity, Sand Shinobi chose to wait silently, wanting to see who was so powerful, and actually cured Nawaki in a short period of time. It was unimaginable that we, Konoha village, have medical ninjas more powerful than Tsunade-sama. The medical ninja sighed slightly, and in full view, he picked up a talisman paper from the ground, a talisman paper with the word, immortal, written on it. Such a strange move made everyone puzzled, but soon everyone's expressions changed drastically. Advertisement. This talisman seems to have been taken by Hazuki. I remember that it was pasted on Nawaki's head later, don't tell me. 1. No way, is Hazuki still a medical ninja who cured the defunct Nawaki in a short period of time? The key is that talisman paper, which has never appeared in this world, can get the healing power on the talisman paper. This kind of method has created a genre. Everyone was startled, stared at Hazuki who was walking away, and the shock in their hearts rolled like a river overturned. In the ninja world, being able to create a genre is definitely a major event that shocked the ninja world, not to mention that if this kind of talisman is used on the battlefield, it will be an absolute weapon to change the situation of the battle. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed, and they all understood at this moment that the world of ninja was about to change. Whoosh! The figure of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen flashed, and he came to the medical ninja in an instant, and quickly brought the talisman over. Minato, go and inform Hazuki and Nawaki to the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. But he quickly changed his mind and said, Hazuki is invited to the Hokage office, and you have to inform the Minister of Health to come as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and said to the medical ninja again, then rubbed twice and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato and the medical ninja both solemnly looked at each other and walked away. There were only countless people left watching this scene in silence. The people in Cloud Shinobi village and Sand Shinobi village all felt the crisis, and their expressions changed when they thought of using this skin type in the scene after the battle. As for those in the small ninja village, they were secretly shocked. They knew that this young man named Hyuga Hazuki, with his own power, was going to change the pattern of the entire ninja world. It's going to change. After a few minutes, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened quietly to the analysis of the Minister of Health. Are you sure? This talisman really incorporates medical ninjutsu. Can it really be used on the battlefield? Advertisement. Yes, Lord Hokage, this can be guaranteed, but this healing talisman is unusual, and the healing power it contains is very powerful. I have never seen such a strong healing power. The medical minister explained quickly, with seriousness in his expression. Even you haven't seen it. Your medical ninjutsu is only under Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a stern look. Lord Hokage, the medical ninjutsu in this healing charm is very similar to healing jutsu, but the healing effect is several times stronger than that of healing jutsu, and in the ninja world, I can't think of any medical ninjutsu that can reach this level, not even Tsunade-sama. This Hyuga Hazuki is a genius. The medical minister said with a curious light in his eyes, and wanted to ask Hazuki for advice. This Hazuki, I didn't expect to come up with a big killer without making a sound. It's a monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he originally planned to send Hazuki to the front line after the Chunin exam, but now he has changed his mind. Because he felt that Hazuki was a genius in research, enchantment, sealing, summoning, detonating talisman, and this healing talisman, blinding them. Ask for flowers. Unfortunately, the last time the powerful detonator was very difficult to make. Tsunade said it would take several years to make one, and Hazuki refused to provide the research method, which is a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, thinking of the super powerhouse behind Kushina. He felt even more pity. If someone else made the detonator, he might send ninjas to get the method, or even use force. But this Hazuki can't move. He is first a disciple of Tsunade, and he is also a member of the Hyuga family. The key is that his own strength is super strong, and he must be careful of the super strong behind Kushina. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen has nothing to do with Hazuki, and can only achieve the goal through the exchange of benefits. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not thinking about anything, but looked at the Minister of Health. Are you sure you can make this healing talisman? Advertisement. This. Cold sweat broke out on the head of the medical minister, and finally spoke helplessly. The structure of fire is very strange, and the arrangement is different. Hazuki has come up with a new structure. Quote. New architecture. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how difficult it is to develop architecture? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Lord Hokage, if you look closely at this healing talisman, you will know that this structure is very unfamiliar. The medical minister pointed to the healing talisman and explained that Sarutobi Hiruzen realized it in just a few minutes. So, I can only find Hazuki for this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said gloomily. Yes, Lord Hokage. The medical minister shook his head helplessly. Hey, it looks like I'm going to bleed a lot this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a terrible headache, thinking about what to use in exchange for this healing charm. By the way, I heard that Hazuki asked Nawaki to collect ninjutsu. He should want to increase his fighting methods. Well, I will give him 30 kinds of ninjutsu. No, 50 kinds of ninjutsu in exchange for his healing charm. 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said in pain. 50 kinds of ninjutsu. Hokage-sama, will this be too much? The medical minister was secretly shocked. The price of so many ninjutsu is really not small. That kid has a dark heart. If he doesn't bring out some ninjutsu, how could he possibly exchange? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very tired, but he had no choice but to exchange benefits. They're here, remember to talk a little bit about ninjutsu later. If you can exchange 10 ninjutsu, that's even better. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced outside the door and whispered. It's Hokage-sama. The two looked at each other and smiled, revealing the eyes of a sly fox. Open black lens bracket 116 close black lens bracket 1000 kinds of ninjutsu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ta 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 ta. The regular footsteps became more and more clear from far to near, and soon the door of Hokage's office opened, revealing Hazuki's figure. He was still so aloof and indifferent, still wearing a pitch-black blindfold, still holding the charming Makoto, still able to attract everyone's attention at the first time. Hazuki is here, come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very kind with a kind smile. Hazuki nodded and, in Makoto's shyness, walked into Hokage's office with her arms around her. Hazuki, did you make that healing talisman? Is it a new structure? This healing talisman literally started a genre. Seeing Hazuki coming in, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to speak, admiring Hazuki's excellence. Do you want to know how to make it? Hazuki asked directly, not bothering to waste time. Haha, you saw it out. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, not embarrassed, and continued against, May 4-7. This healing talisman is a weapon on the battlefield. If it has it, Konoha will be stronger, and it will protect more Konoha shinobi survivors, which is a good thing. Of course the village will not treat you badly. We decided to give 10 ninjutsu as a reward. How much? Hazuki raised his head slightly, his voice a little cold. 50 ninjutsu as a reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly changed his words, then looked at the medical minister. 50 ninjutsu. Will it be too much for Hokage? A normal ninja can learn 2 or 3 ninjutsu. Not much. Hazuki is for Konoha after all. Although 50 ninjutsu is very valuable, it is also worth it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a stern face, looking righteous. Advertisement. Makoto, let's go. Hazuki pinched Makoto's little face, took her little hand, turned his head and walked out, completely ignoring the two performers next to him. What? The pretentious Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded, feeling that the result was not what he expected. Normally, Hazuki should be grateful to present the healing talisman when he said these words, but why did he suddenly turn around and leave? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. He looked at the medical minister who was also confused, and suddenly understood something. Hazuki, aren't you satisfied with the ninjutsu you exchanged? You can say whatever conditions you have, and Konoha will never be stingy with what he can come up with. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a guaranteed ticket, looking very generous. Do you know the name of the talisman paper in your hand? Hazuki stopped at the door. What is your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Minister of Health spoke at the same time. It's called the Immortal Talisman, an extremely precious talisman. One piece can heal the dying. I only have a few pieces. Hazuki spoke lightly, looking very solemn. When Makoto next to him heard this, he was stunned. She remembered that in the corner of Hazuki's laboratory, there were thousands of immortal talismans, each with the word, Shion, written on it. Even when she was cleaning, she stepped on a few sheets, which made her little head unable to react. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the medical minister believed it. They even nodded solemnly and said, I didn't expect this immortal talisman to have such a powerful effect, and it is indeed very precious. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, then what do you want in exchange? This immortal talisman is more precious than you think, you can't change it, but well. Advertisement. Hazuki smiled slightly and continued. However, I still have a kind of talisman that I can exchange, which is the healing talisman you mentioned. This healing talisman is a simplified version of the fairy talisman, which can be attached with healing techniques, and the effect is quite good. A simplified version. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, how do you plan to exchange this simplified version? It's very simple. Exchange 500 kinds of ninjutsu. For every 100 kinds of ninjutsu, I will give you a fairy charm. The upper limit is 1000 kinds of ninjutsu. You can think about it yourself. 1. Hazuki finally stated his purpose. The system task let him learn 1000 kinds of ninjutsu, which is definitely a laborious task. Hazuki didn't bother to collect so many ninjutsu, so he simply used a rubbish healing talisman and let Konoha run around for himself, which saves both worry and effort. But he knew that this would definitely be a huge shock to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, and it would be difficult for them to make a decision in a short period of time. So Hazuki didn't stop, but left with Makoto in his arms. He left, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were dumbfounded. What is the concept of 1000 kinds of ninjutsu? Even if the whole ninja world provides these ninjutsu, it will take a lot of trouble, and such an exchange condition is simply killing them. God damn, 1000 kinds of ninjutsu, you can kill Hokage-sama, let alone 1000 kinds, even 500 kinds of ninjutsu he can't handle. 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't spoken yet, but the medical minister was insane. He is a confidant of Sarutobi Hiruzen, has great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is an absolute supporter. Now that Hazuki made such an outrageous condition, he was the first to jump out and quit. Okay. Don't say it, this Hazuki has always said the same thing, your words won't change anything at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, still looking calm. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, I'm just pissed off. Such a quid pro quo is too difficult. The medical minister said apologetically. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's indifferent state, and admired it even more. He knew that this was Hokage's calmness, and it was a level he could never achieve. Don't worry, there is still room for change in this matter. I will personally write to Tsunade and ask her for help. I believe it will be of some help. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued talking, and even started writing immediately, writing the letter and handing it to Anbu. Okay, let's go here today, go back and study this immortal talisman carefully and see if there is any progress. You must strive for success. The ape waved his hand. It's Lord Hokage, I will work hard and live up to your entrustment. The medical minister swore that he took the immortal talisman and left resolutely, and even secretly decided to study the immortal talisman overnight. After the medical minister left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage office for a long time until it was almost noon. It's time to go home. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, got up and left. He still maintained a calm attitude, still so calm. After a few minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen went home, went back to his room, and then bang bang bang. 3.7 inches damn brat, take out all my old man, even if you take out all of it, you won't be able to come up with so much ninjutsu, I'm mad at me. Bang bang bang. What are you making a fuss about, old man? As soon as you come back, you smash things and don't want to eat, right? Yuan Fei Pippa Lake said coldly. It's all you. Last time you were protecting that Hazuki, do you know how irritating he is? There are 1000 kinds of ninjutsu, 1000 kinds, and the whole Konoha can't be taken out even if it is turned upside down. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Fei Pippa Lake replied coldly and continued. Hazuki, how can you say such a thing? Even if you say it, you have made some conditions. Don't think I don't know what's going on with you. 1. Yuan Fei Biwa who said a word, then turned around and walked into the kitchen, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily silent. G. 117, Don't Let Me Down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the study angrily and began to check the information, but after some inquiry, he frowned. Through inquiring about the information, he found that Konoha's current ninjutsu is not much. All ninjutsu including sealing, illusion, enchantment, medical ninjutsu, battle ninjutsu, and auxiliary ninjutsu are not enough. Certainly. This does not include forbidden technique and secret techniques, as well as the ninjutsu that belongs to the major families, only the general ninjutsu is calculated. And he planned to only give Hazuki low-level ninjutsu, but after calculating, he found that all kinds of low-level ninjutsu combined would not be enough. Even adding general high-level ninjutsu, there are only more than 400 ninjutsu, which is completely insufficient. But Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly thought of something, and narrowed his eyes. It seems that the ninjutsu of the major families is about to be searched, and they have a lot of stock. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, thinking about how many ninjutsu he could get. The secret technique is definitely not available, but the ordinary family ninjutsu can get some. After all, as Hokage, he still has some face. Even the Uchiha family, he has to give some face. 500 general purpose ninjutsu. I can definitely get 29, but it will be very troublesome if there are more. After all, I can't give him too good, so I can only choose outside the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, preparing to send ninjas to scavenge the ninjutsu of those small ninja villages, but he knew that the small ninja villages also had ninjutsu stocks, and they could search multiple small ninja villages. Let's do it like this. The production method of the healing talisman must be obtained, and the immortal talisman cannot be let go. 1 inch. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, with a gleam of ambition in his eyes, as long as he has a healing talisman, he cannot care about the casualties in battle, and the front is hard steel for the major ninja villages. Even with this method, many small ninja villages were destroyed, more land was obtained, and the other 4 major ninja villages were coerced. If the healing talisman is applied properly, it will not be difficult to unify the ninja world. Just think about it. Konoha Shinobi with healing spells all over his body will definitely be a nightmare for other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely excited, couldn't wait to write down the task list, and walked quickly to the yard to wave. Advertisement. Lord Hokage. 2 Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared and got down on one knee. According to the task list, complete it as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a serious order, but he suddenly thought of Danzo, and immediately said, how is Danzo recently? Lord Hokage. Danzo has been completely involved in research, and even tried to become the most handsome person in Konoha. Anbu said respectfully. I know, let's go. Yes. Whizzing. Looking at the empty courtyard, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sneer on his face. Danzo, your ambition is doomed to fail, and I will unify the ninja world and accomplish the feat that first Hokage failed to accomplish, and I will become the Hokage of everyone in the ninja world. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and looked at the blue sky and white clouds. He was in a very happy mood, but thinking of 1000 ninjutsu techniques gave him another toothache. This kid, I don't know what you're thinking. 1000 ninjutsu, you can't learn it all in a lifetime. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house, but halfway through he was suddenly stunned. Because he thought of one thing, Hazuki learned multiple shadow clone technique. If he divides a lot of shadow clone to learn ninjutsu, with his wisdom, it is really possible to learn 1000 ninjutsu. This kid doesn't really plan to learn 1000 ninjutsu, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks Hazuki is crazy and even thinks Hazuki is a monster. He is known as a ninja professor, and he claims that the master has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, but he clearly knows that even the master's ninjutsu cannot reach this number. That title was just for bluffing, but now, right in Konoha, a kid was going to accomplish such a feat, which really surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. This kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer knew how to describe his heart, and could only return home in shock. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Makoto sat on the sofa, blinked his big cute eyes and looked at Hazuki and said, Brother Hazuki, that fairy talisman. It's useless. You've burned the whole pile of labs later, saving space. Hazuki lay down, pillowed on Makoto's moon retreat and said, Makoto was stunned when she heard this. She remembered Hazuki saying that the talisman was very precious, but why did it burn it? With doubt, she asked again, Brother Hazuki, didn't you say that the immortal talisman is very precious? The ones in the lab are defective. Like the ones Nawaki used, I have more than 10,000 better ones. Hazuki explained by kissing Makoto's little hand. He handed over to Shadow Clone to make this fairy talisman, and it didn't take long to make a lot of them, and finally they all piled up. As for those defective products in the laboratory, he picked them out and planned to burn them, and now they are just waste. However, Makoto was not calm when he heard his words. A defective product can recover a dying person, so how good is the refined version? Makoto was stunned at the thought, motionless like a dumb cat. It took a long time for her to react, and then weakly said, Brother Hazuki, keep those defective products, their healing effect is also very strong. If you want to keep it, keep it. Occasionally if there is a small injury or something, use it quickly, and it will be broken if you leave it. Also, don't give it to others. This thing is rare and precious. 1. Hazuki explained, then rolled over and buried his head in Makoto's arms. Oh. Advertisement. Makoto was so stupid at the moment, he didn't know how to describe his heart. Such a powerful immortal talisman, it was a waste for her to use it even if she had a minor injury. But this result made Makoto feel distressed at the same time, but also felt right, because the fairy talisman would be broken after leaving 547 for a long time, it is better to use it. With such an inexplicable and natural thought, Makoto wrapped Hazuki in his arms, stroking his hair, and fell into a daze. What Makoto could not have imagined was that the entire ninja world began to undercurrent because of Hazuki's healing talisman, and the three kingdoms of earth, wind, and water suddenly formed an alliance. The kingdom of fire and the kingdom of thunder also chose to form an alliance, and a few days later, a strange decision was made, that is, to suddenly declare war on a certain small ninja village. You must know that Konoha's war in the land of rain is not favorable, and such a strange order was suddenly issued, causing many people to be circled. But Hazuki in the laboratory knew that the small ninja village refused to provide ninjutsu. It seems to be messed up, so let's continue my research. Hazuki said, looking at the 30 bottles of blood potions in front of him. This is the medicine for his blood purification. The reason why it is all his own blood is because of an accident in his right eye. I hope to awaken Tenseigion's ability as soon as possible, otherwise the road is really too biased. Hazuki said, taking off the pitch-black blindfold and looking at his right eye in the mirror. In his right eye, a bright blue brilliance shone, but at the bottom of the brilliance, a wavy line appeared, which was an accident. Don't let me down. Don't go to another road, even if you awaken another Tenseigion ability. Hazuki murmured, picked up the blood potion and started taking it quickly. Open black lens bracket 118 close black lens bracket truth-seeking ball. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Goo. Hazuki drank the potion quickly, one bottle after another, and soon 10 potions were drank, but at this point, he could no longer drink it. It's not because of too many doses of medicine, but because the warm current in the body has turned over the river, and even the blue light from the right eye has become more and more dazzling. Are you going to awaken new abilities? It seems it's time to find a spacious environment. Hazuki murmured, intending to enter the small world and wait for his awakening, but he gave up after thinking about it. The small world is the awakening of his left eye, and Hazuki is worried that his awakening will affect the changes in the small world. Besides, the bloodline medicine is an overall improvement, even if the medicine he takes is purified from his own blood, there is still an increase. Just like now. Although there is no obvious change in the left eye, I still feel a slight tingling. The expansion of the small world has accelerated a little bit. Sure enough, even if I only take my own bloodline medicine, it can still promote the changes of other bloodlines. 1. Hazuki frowned and whispered, he didn't want to have an accident when he woke up, and it would be unpleasant if Uzumaki appeared in some time and space and put him in another world. So, Hazuki gave up entering the small world and decided to go to a place where no one outside is to wake up. A circle of ripples appeared like water ripples. Hazuki disappeared in the ripples, and when he reappeared, he had come to a certain border in the land of fire. The environment is good, with mountains and water, blue sky, white clouds, and fresh air. Just wait here to wake up. Hazuki stood quietly on the edge of a lake, looking at the green hills. The blue light in his right eye became more and more intense, and the invisible became a burning light. At the same time, the blood vessels in his body also boiled, condensed, transformed, and awakened as if activated. Tick, tick. Bright red blood dripped from his right eye, and the smell of blood wafted in the breeze. Hazuki stood still, silently feeling the changes in his right eye. Soon, a trace of green and white light flashed on the corner of his clothes and quickly dissipated, but in the blink of an eye, these green and white lights appeared again, and the number doubled. Gradually, Hazuki's clothes floated along with these lights, and the whole person was enveloped in green and white light. Advertisement. The dark spherical substance did not know when it appeared, condensed and formed behind him, and floated quietly. They are the truth-seeking ball with extraordinary abilities. Tenseigen Chakra Mode. Hazuki whispered, green and white light rippling around him, Tomo-shaped patterns scattered around his clothes, making him seem ethereal and mysterious. Gently raising his right hand, 12 truth-seeking balls floated around his wrist, as if full of spirituality. Hazuki was silent, and his right hand drew a circle in the void. In an instant, 12 truth-seeking balls spun rapidly, condensing a mysterious green and white ring, and a terrifying storm suddenly formed. The silver wheel is reborn. Boom! The tornado-like storm roared, swirling with the aura of destruction like a natural disaster, and the mountains and rivers it passed were shattered, and everything was devastated. Stop it! Hazuki withdrew his hand and stared intently at the front that seemed to be destroying the world. In that area, all vegetation disappeared, and the original hills were moved to flat ground and turned into bottomless pits. Hazuki watched this scene with a slight silence, with a little seriousness in his expression. He clearly knew that if he didn't stop in time, the ground would be pierced. In the original book, Otsutsuki Shirin used this trick to penetrate the moon, and his Tenseigen was in the wrong route. It was a low-quality product, and Hazuki didn't speak anymore, just stared at the sky with his candle-lit right eye, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. I don't know how the golden wheel explodes, how powerful is it? After speaking, Hazuki raised his right hand, and 12 black truth-seeking balls condensed in his palm. Next second, the golden light shot straight into the sky, and the unimaginable lightsaber condensed into shape, shattering the blue sky in an instant, dispelling the white clouds, and piercing the sky. Advertisement. But this did not end, because the lightsaber slashed down in the next second. With a world-destroying heavenly might, it descended from the sky and slashed into the vast Konoha jungle. Fire Country, Konoha Jungle. Each of the 5 Konoha Shinobi fighters was running fast with a suitcase on their backs. Each of them has bloodline on them, and their faces are even more pale and terrifying, because there is a terrifying enemy behind them. Hurry up! He's chasing. That guy is chasing. Hurry up! Hurry up! 1. The ninja captain hurriedly urged, his eyes turned to the back from time to time, and his expression was full of dignified and worried. Captain, or I will stop him and buy time for you. These ninjutsu are too valuable and must be sent back to Konoha. No, you can only die if you stay, absolutely not. The ninja captain objected without hesitation. However, we carry a lot of ninjutsu, which is what the village desperately needs. If we are caught up by that person, the ninjutsu may not be able to be preserved. I can't do the same if I give up my companions. If I bring you out, I have to send you back safely. 1. The ninja captain clenched his fists tightly, his face was covered with blood, and his arms were even more ferocious with wounds. Asterisk at caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Quote. What to do then? No one stops him. We will be caught up sooner or later. It's easy. 1. The ninja captain took a deep breath and threw the box behind him to his companions. You leave with ninjutsu. Remember that you must send back Konoha, even if you die, and I am responsible for breaking the post and buying time for you. What? Captain, how can this be done? I would never agree. Me too, absolutely agree. The 4 ninja team members quickly shook their heads, not agreeing to this point. Shut me down. I'm the captain. This is an order. You must execute it. Get out, get out. 1. Advertisement. The ninja captain shouted, his eyes were full of determination. Team leader. The 4 team members' eyes were red, but they couldn't think of any other way, so they could only choose to execute it painfully. Correct. The ninja captain suddenly spoke again, with a smile on his bloody face. Tell my son that his father is a hero. After the words fell, the ninja captain turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the enemy. Li Ma Jiao, captain. One of the female ninjas in the team cried, and the tears flowed, and the tears turned into tears in an instant. Go. Let's go. We can't live up to the captain's expectations, we must survive. Yes, as long as the ninjutsu is sent back to Konoha, the captain's efforts are all worth it, he is a hero. 1. Walk. The 4 teammates ran fast, with sadness and pain, galloping towards Konoha. But, just at this time, just as they were running fast, in the sky behind them, a golden light flashed quickly, illuminating the entire sky. Boom. A dull roar came, and the whole earth trembled slightly under this sound. Under this sound, countless creatures ran wild in shock and fled into the distance. The 4 advancing ninjas instantly sensed that something was wrong, and they slammed back to watch. The next second, their eyes shrank to a point. Open black lens bracket 119 close black lens bracket golden sky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Then, what is that? The female ninja in the team spoke in horror, with disbelief written all over her face. The sky turned golden. Someone said arrogantly. No, it wasn't that the sky turned golden, it was something that fell from the sky, leaving behind a golden light. 1. No way. Such a method, such a method. Several ninjas were startled and stared at the golden sky across the sky in stunned eyes. They were completely moved. You know, they are all battle-hardened ninjas, and each has a tenacious heart, but in the face of this miraculous scene, it is difficult for them to remain calm. What the hell is going on? What fell down? Don't tell me it's F-King ninjutsu, I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, it's so unreal, I even suspect I'm dreaming. Me too, I suspect I'm too tired and hallucinating. Several ninjas spoke in disbelief. They, who had experienced countless battles, were completely confused because of the scene in front of them. However, they quickly thought of the captain who left for them, and their faces turned black. Whoosh! The female ninjas in the team jumped out at high speed and went towards the place where the golden light shone. Don't go, you're crazy. Seeing this scene, his ninja hurriedly shouted to remind him, but he failed to stop the female ninja from leaving. Obviously, the female ninja was determined. She was too impulsive and too emotional. But isn't she the best affirmation for our captain? Yes. Advertisement. The 3 ninjas looked at each other, and at the same time, they chose to follow the female ninja's footsteps and rushed to the direction of the captain. Whoosh whoosh. Several people caught up with the female ninja and walked with her, but just after walking for a while, their pace stopped. Because there was a lot of dust rippling in the jungle ahead, countless big trees were slanted, and a lot of broken wood was scattered on the ground. The devastated scene made one frown. But that wasn't what caused the several ninjas to stop, the real reason was ahead. Above the lush green grass, between the big trees, a terrifying gulf crossed, dividing the half-tree forest into 2. Such a suffocating scene made several ninjas dare not take a step forward, but looked around in horror. What the hell is going on here? Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? This gap can't be seen at a glance. Could it be that it has cut through the jungle of leaves? I don't know, but I know that something big has happened. This gap leads directly to the country of rain. I'm afraid the gap has already reached the country of rain. 1. The 3 ninjas spoke emotionally, feeling deeply afraid of the gap that could not be seen at a glance. Where's the captain? Why didn't I see the captain? Could he be dead? Captain is there. He's still alive, that's great. The female ninja had sharp eyes, and immediately found the captain on the side of the chasm, and rushed over quickly. Captain, you're fine, by the way, what's going on here? What turned this place into a gulf? The female ninja hurriedly asked when she saw the leader of the still standing still. Captain, what caused all this? And what about the enemy? The rest of the ninja also asked. The shock in their hearts could not be suppressed at all, and they also admired their captain. Because the captain's expression was serious, he couldn't see a trace of panic, and he wasn't like them. Advertisement. The enemy is dead. The ninja captain looked up at the sky, and his dark pupils were particularly eye-catching under the golden light. Just now, I was going to stop the enemy, originally with the determination to die, but I just fought the enemy, and suddenly a golden lightsaber was cut off from the sky. 1. Then, the enemy, who was several times stronger than me, instantly disappeared, leaving only a boundless terrifying gap. Captain Ninja spoke calmly, his expression a little more serious. Hearing his words, the rest of the ninjas were shocked and hurriedly looked at the gap carefully. It turned out to be caused by a lightsaber. Is there a ninjutsu like a lightsaber in the ninja world? I haven't heard of it. If there is, I will definitely know that no one will forget the ability of this scale. Several ninjas talked a lot, and while they were horrified, they also guessed who the caster was, and at the same time they admired the captain even more. CJDH. Although the captain's expression was a little serious, the indifferent expression was something they would never learn. Captain, even in such a natural disaster scene, you still don't change your face. No wonder you can be our captain, you are so powerful. One of the ninjas spoke in admiration and looked at the captain in admiration. Great ass. The ninja captain uttered foul language directly, and then said depressedly, I'm scared to pee. After the words fell, the ninja captain turned around, and there were scars of urine on his pants. Gah. The audience was silent, the atmosphere of the scene fell into embarrassment, and there seemed to be a black crow flying over the sky. Miles away, next to the lake, Hazuki looked at the truth-seeking ball wrapped around his wrist with a trace of search in his eyes. This truth-seeking ball contains a huge amount of energy, which can exert a power beyond the dust, and destroy a forest in an instant. Advertisement. Because truth-seeking ball contains the power of all things, the moon and sun escape technique, people who do not have the power of six paths will disappear into nothingness. Even the body of impure world reincarnation is destroyed by the power of the truth-seeking ball, and it cannot be restored, and even the soul will be damaged, very tyrannical. This kind of power made him have the idea of exploring. He really wanted to study how the truth-seeking ball was formed, as well as the yin-yang escape technique. And truth-seeking ball can change shape at will, which also made him deeply curious. It's kind of interesting. The truth-seeking ball will also be included in the research topic in the future, as well as this Tenseigen chakra mode. It seems that I can continue to use it forever. Hazuki pondered, and in his memory, Otsutsuki fought with Naruto for a while, then quit this state and completely lost to Naruto. Hazuki reckons that a large part of this is because his Tenseigen is of inferior quality. As a result, the Tenseigen chakra mode only dissipated after being used for a short time. If he relies on improving the bloodline to improve from the essence, the effect will be different. I don't want to. Now the most important thing is the right eye. I can feel that the awakening of the right eye is not over, although the direction is starting to deviate, but it will definitely continue to awaken. Hazuki felt the power contained in his right eye, and knew that the new ability was not far from awakening, but what it was, he could no longer estimate. Because of the ripples in the right eye, it has increased a little more. It doesn't matter. Tenseigen's strongest ability is in his hands, and the others can be awakened if they can. It doesn't matter if they can't. Hazuki doesn't really care about attacking abilities, because with the Saitama template, these abilities are optional. In fact, he valued the ability similar to the small world, which could help him well. Of course, if it was eternal life or something, it was also very good. But the awakening is uncontrollable, and he can only make slight adjustments in taking blood vessels. Go back and continue to take the bloodline medicine and see what can be awakened. 1. Out of curiosity, Hazuki disappeared in a circle of ripples, leaving only the area destroyed by the two ultimates. And the changes in these areas were also immediately spread to the major ninja villages. 120. The Gap. Kneeling and thanking the big brother for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Konoha Village. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders frowned at the information on the table. The intelligence showed that the situation in the Kingdom of Rain was very bad. The ninja army led by Orochimaru and Hitaki Sakuma was attacked by the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind, and was completely suppressed. On the other side, Hanzo of the Salamander is eyeing the tiger, always watching the small army led by Tsunade and Jiraiya, waiting for Tilda Operator revenge. And the country of thunder and the country of water are on the bar again, and the battle situation in the entire ninja world is very chaotic. They must be supported as soon as possible, they will not last long against so many enemies, Mitokado Homura proposes. But now, the village has no more combat power, unless Nawaki and his generation are sent to fight. Udatane Kaharu spoke the same, looking a little anxious, because she had relatives who were still alive and dead on the battlefield. No, the younger generation doesn't have much battlefield experience, and it would be very dangerous for them to go to the battlefield. 1. Then what should we do? Could it be that we watched the frontline troops die in vain? But don't let these children go. They are still young and haven't fought much at all. Do you have the heart to watch them go to death? Then what do you say? The frontline troops are waiting for support, and there is not much combat power in the village. How do you think this will be solved? Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu fought tit for tat and refused to give in to each other, but they quarreled for a long time and did not think of a good solution, but became angry. Okay, stop, now there is only one way to solve the crisis on the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke suddenly, interrupting the quarrel between the two elders. What method? Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura asked at the same time. It's simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for 2 seconds and said solemnly. The method is Hazuki's healing talisman. As long as we get the healing talisman, we can resist the pressure, and even completely suppress the land of soil and the land of wind. But we don't have so many ninjutsu at all, unless the major families contribute advanced ninjutsu. Advertisement. They are definitely not willing to take it out. Contributing these ninjutsu is equivalent to killing them. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura shook their heads at the same time, thinking it was unlikely. They don't need to take out too much, just take out a small amount. We can exchange for the healing talisman first and make up 500 ninjutsu. As for the immortal talisman, we can exchange it in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen went on to explain, with a hint of confidence in his expression, that with Hokage's influence, and the battle situation on the front line, he had the confidence to do it. The two elders thought for a while when they heard this, and felt that this method was feasible, but thinking that so many ninjutsu were given to Hazuki, they felt a pain in the flesh. It's a pity that with so many ninjutsu, Hazuki is cheap, but there is no way, this matter can only rely on him. I don't know how this kid grows. He has developed such a powerful healing talisman at such a young age, which is really enviable. 1. The two elders couldn't help but complain, envious of Hazuki's extraordinariness. Okay, hurry up and collect ninjutsu. This is the list of major families, let's visit separately, ninjutsu must be obtained. Rho. The three acted immediately after the discussion, and began a long-term persuasion work. Don't say it yet. With the honor of Hokage and the elders, as well as the information from the front line, although the major families were reluctant, they still came up with some ninjutsu, at least the face was decent. With these ninjutsu, plus the ones collected before, I finally made up 500 ninjutsu. Taking these ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elders went to Hazuki's house, and finally got a black face in exchange for the making method of the healing charm. Hateful, this kid is too dark, picky, and don't want a lot of ninjutsu. That's right, he doesn't even want a lot of low-level ninjutsu, not even individual ninjutsu. It's really annoying. But I finally got a healing talisman. Although I paid for the forbidden technique, I was very reluctant to bear it. The three of Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered from severe headaches. They knew that Hazuki was taking advantage of the fire and slaughtered them while they were in desperate need of the healing talisman. But there was no way. For the sake of the battle situation on the front line, they could only grit their teeth and be slaughtered, but they swore in their hearts that they would have less contact with Hazuki in the future. Hazuki was so irritating. Advertisement. Cough. It's actually worth it. With the healing talisman, we can solve the battle situation on the front line. We can also be regarded as a great achievement, ha ha ha. 1 inch. Mitokado Homura laughed, thinking about the scene where he was grateful to the front line after receiving the healing talisman, and began to feel happy. And Sarutobi Hiruzen and Udatane Kaharu also smiled when they heard this. They have been busy for so long, isn't it just for this moment? So they both smiled. Whizzing. 2 Anbu suddenly appeared and bowed respectfully on the ground. Lord Hokage, the Minister of Intelligence has been waiting for you in the office for a long time. It seems that a major incident has occurred on the front line. Anbu said respectfully. Wait for a long time. There is a major event. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. The front line should not be delayed, especially the half-day event. Lord Hokage, the incident on the front line seems to be a good thing, and the Minister of Intelligence wants to wait until you come back. Anbu added. Good thing. Isn't it completely suppressed? The three of Sarutobi Hiruzen were puzzled, but they were relieved as long as it wasn't a bad thing, but the curiosity in their hearts made them rush back to the Hokage office. But the three people who returned to the office were completely dumbfounded when they saw the information provided by the Minister of Intelligence. Because the country of soil and the country of wind have withdrawn their troops, it seems that they intend to withdraw from this ninja war. For flowers. And what caused this result was a lightsaber that fell from the sky, and that lightsaber cut a gap in the rain country. Such a result completely shocked the three of Hokage. They looked at the information stupidly and couldn't believe it was true. Is this true? Are you sure this information is true? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in disbelief. Reporting to Lord Hokage, the three of us have verified and confirmed many times that it is absolutely true, and this time the ninja world is coming to an end. Advertisement. The major powers don't know where the lightsaber came from. They are going to withdraw from the ninja war first, wait and see the situation, and investigate the reason for the lightsaber's appearance. The Minister of Intelligence explained eloquently, with excitement in his eyes, because he also knew the crisis on the front line of Konoha, and now that the crisis has been lifted, he is very happy. But Yuan Fei, Hiruzen and the two elders were dumbfounded. They looked at the healing talisman they had just exchanged, and thought of being slaughtered by Hazuki. They wanted to cry without tears. Originally, they were beaten by Hazuki, and they could still accept the gratitude of the frontline ninjas. But now it's better. Not only did they not get gratitude, they were also tricked into a lot of advanced ninjutsu, and they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. You guys talk. I want to find a place to be quiet. Utatane Kaharu couldn't bear the discomfort and left the Hokage office directly. All that remained were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura, along with the confused intelligence minister. What's the situation? The Minister of Intelligence scratched his hair, feeling a little weird in the atmosphere. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Hazuki, who got a lot of ninjutsu, started to study like crazy. With Shadow Clone around, he wasn't worried about learning ninjutsu. Moreover, the side effects of Shadow Clone are very small for him. Unless he recycles too many Shadow Clone at one time, there will be a little side effect, but he can bear it. After all, the improved mental power is not something you can talk about casually, and there are templates. It's a big deal to open the template and then take back Shadow Clone. He now needs to consider a problem that cannot be ignored, that is, taking blood medicine, which will lead to the transformation of the body. Although different blood vessels have different priorities, they also increase other blood vessels, so blood vessels are already difficult to control. If he continues to ascend in this way, he will sooner or later become the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. He didn't want to have such an appearance, because the horns on his head were really ugly, but Otsutsuki Shirin's appearance was not bad. Hazuki also wanted to avoid the problem of long horns on his head, like Otsutsuki Shirin. It seems that we need to reanalyze the blood vessels to see if we can solve this problem, and we must be careful about the problem of long eyes on the forehead and palm. Shang.